maybe you don't care enough at all. Or maybe you're not spiritual enough. Maybe you're too damn religious. I don't know. But there are people and things that you do that don't serve the man or woman you want to become. But sometimes it becomes a hypnotic rhythm because it used to serve you in your last decade. It doesn't serve the man or woman you're becoming. So if it doesn't serve the man or woman we're becoming, it can't be gray. It's got to be a no. So what's gray in your life? Put in the chat. I want to see, what must you say no to in a brave way? What's got to be just a no? I can't do it anymore. Maybe you want to do it in a year from now, but you want to take the next year. Let me ask you something. Well, first put it in the chat, right? What do you have to say no to? And if you said no to certain things that maybe you like, no drama, I like that one, right? No social media, no to certain people, no more mindless scrolling on social media. There you go, Karen. No more negativity, no more time wasters. How about saying no to the things that don't serve anything, the commute? So, like, think about all the things you could say no to. And here's the thing. Even if you say no to a couple pleasures, even some sinful pleasures, right? What if you said no? Would you be willing to say no to certain things for 6 months or a year? To live a little bit of the harder way for the next year so you can live the easy way for the rest of your life? Would that be worth saying no to? Certain things? I believe so. So no more gray. So here's what I want you to think about. If you eliminated all the gray and all the things you know you got to say no to, how much time would this one give you? Come on, light it up in the chat, and then I'll get to my next piece I want to share with you. Right? What would be, how much time do you think you could get back if you said no? Right? I've been doing this for quite some time, and this is the one where people say a lot of hours, right? And it's coming in now. At least 8 hours a week, at least 10 hours a week, at least 20 hours a week, right? 10 hours for me. So let's just say it's 10. And let's say this one was 8, this is 12, this is 7. I've done this for so long, and when I average down, it still averages about 30 hours a week. What if it was half that? What if it was just 15 hours a week? What could you do with 15 hours a week? It's more like 30. But if it was 15, that was totally focused on gaining skills, on gaining capabilities, on reading that book, on meditating, on making sure the food you eat empowers you to get back in the gym, to get clarity, to read leadership books, to take that entrepreneur feeling you have to a whole nother level. What could 15 hours a week of focused energy do for your life? So is it worth it? Is it worth it saying no? I think the answer is a big ol' yes. All right. Thanks for letting me share that. I thought that was a great place to start. You guys enjoying so far?
Absolutely. We're taking so many notes. The folks in our community are so appreciative of you, Dean, for breaking down these principles to help them lead their life, lead their business. We know we have limited time with you. I want to see if my colleague Michael Silvers has a concise question. You have an opportunity here to pick the mind of one of the biggest names in the field of leadership, Michael. So pick a good question.
No pressure, Michael. No pressure.
A lot of pressure on you. You know, don't just come on and tell us how much you also love your wife and then throw it back to Dean. You know, ask a strong question, Mr. Michael Silvers, please, sir.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
There we go. It's the famous mute button. But I know you have a lot that you still want to cover, and I want to hear that because I know what's coming up. But it's also, there was that Gene Simmons talked about diversification, and you've done so much of that in your life. Can you just talk about how important that is to business? Just cover that a little bit, and then you can jump into that.
Yeah.
Those 10 things. Great.
Here's how I feel about diversification. Diversification is smart if you've already mastered the thing you're trying to master. Diversification is called scattered brain. If you're like, oh, like if you're halfway in this one, it doesn't work. And then you go, well, that's not working. And you put your energy over here and then you put your energy over here and you get like a lot of things half done.
Right.
Then that's not good diversification. I've done multiple things in my life, but I felt like I mastered this and I could take those skills, that confidence, that competence, and then I could translate it into the next thing that I could go all in on, right? And there's always a foundational thing that you need to go deep on. And once that becomes successful, and sometimes you need 10,000 hours to get there. In today's world with AI and all the help, maybe you could do it in 5,000 hours, but you need to master the thing. When people say, I want to be passionate about something, sometimes passion doesn't come until you go deep on something, roll up your sleeves, get kicked in the mouth a few times, fall, get dirty, dust off. And as you're in it, you're like, I freaking love this. And it becomes a passion. You become you have the ability to master it. And then those skills can translate to multiple other things. So my thing is diversification is great, but if you do it too soon, you'll be the, what is that? The master of none. You dabble in a bunch, master of none. I hope that helped.
Yeah. Love it. That helped. So you said you had some concepts that you want to bring to the audience. Is that correct?
I do. And I'm gonna do these in lightning speed. So we got about a half hour. I'm gonna knock them out.
Back to you. Here you go.
All right. So like I said earlier, these are in no particular order. And I was just thinking if there were some things I wish someone would have told me sooner in life, these are it. And I'm going to try to do all 10 in the next 30 minutes. So it's less than 3 minutes each. Okay. Number one, and here's what I want to share with you. These aren't breakthrough concepts. These aren't things that you've never heard before. You've heard all of them. Today, I want to be a reminder service and just say someone has been blessed to achieve more success than I could have ever thought imaginable, to partner with Tony Robbins, who I love dearly, who impacted my life 27 years ago, to be married to the love of my life and have hundreds of employees and all this cool stuff. This is the stuff I wish someone would have shared with me. Not the marketing secret or the hack on how to be a leader, but really the small things that are actually the big things. I heard somebody say once, small hinges swing a big door. So I want you to think of today, these are reminders of the small hinges that actually swing big doors. Now, last thing I'll say, if you've heard it before, and you go, I've heard this one, I'll ask, are you actually utilizing it? You might say, hey, I know I have a gym membership. I know if you go to the gym 5 days a week, you can get in better shape, but are you actually going to the gym 5 days a week? So this is a good reminder service to say, I've heard it. Damn, I'm not utilizing it. Okay, so you guys ready? Number one, you've heard this one a lot, but it's a good time to reapproach it, is audit your inner circle. It's time. It's time to audit your inner circle. You've been hearing forever. I think the first time I heard it was from Jim Rohn, old school personal development guy. And he said, you are the sum total of the 5 people you hang around the most. So if you got a couple positive and you got a couple negative, you're somewhere in the middle. You're the one lifting up everybody around you because they're kind of down and out. It's affecting you. There's nothing you can do. In fact, sometimes when you have the wrong people around you, you ready for this one? You dim your glow to match them. You turn down your light. You make excuses for your goals because they seem crazy to them. So I might as well hold back a little. Here's what I'm going to say. Turn your light up so bright. It's okay if it blinds a few people. They'll get glasses. They'll come back. But don't dim your glow. Remember, I have a dear friend named Trent Shelton. And he said one time on one of my stages, he said, he realized that God, that's his belief, God gave him this vision, this prescription to see his bigger future. It's designed for him. You can believe in God, the universe, karma, whatever your beliefs are. But you have a vision. These are your prescription. I see a bigger future. I see next level leadership. I see next level entrepreneurship. I see next impact income. But if you give your glasses sometimes even to your spouse or somebody, if one of your friends, they put it on, they go, it's not my prescription. You must be crazy. No, they just can't see through your lens. So why would you dare dim your glow to match them? So number one, audit your inner circle. Okay, I'm going to go through these pretty quick. Number two, solve bigger problems. So many times people say to me, man, I can't wait to get successful. Problems just go away, right? For all of you, you've all had incredible success. You know, does success go away the more success you have? No. Here's what I'll tell you. Don't quote me on this one. Don't wish for problems to go away. Wish to get better at solving bigger problems. If I'm in a room with super successful people, I've been blessed to be in incredible rooms. I know the most successful person in that room solves bigger problems than anybody else. Simple as that. Solve bigger problems, have more success. You know, I can remember when I first started in just being scrappy and selling firewood and fixing cars and buying rundown apartments. I can remember stressing over deals. You know, I don't remember. It's just 40 years ago, 35 years ago. Maybe I made $1,000 or $2,000. I remember the stress, the energy, and the hustle to make it work. And now that I'm blessed to be in bigger companies, I realize it's sometimes about the same amount of energy to do a $10 million deal. I'm like, wow. Most people spend all their time on the small things. And that same effort applied to bigger things can move the needle faster than anything in the world. I joke with my wife, and some people might not agree with this, but my wife all the time, she goes, you need to stand up for yourself. I'm like, no, I just want to solve bigger problems. And now she's the same as me, so we laugh about it. But I always joke, I'm like, if I order medium rare steak and by mistake they bring me the fish of the day, I just eat the fish. I don't have time to deal with little problems, right? Somebody flips me off in traffic because maybe I swerved, like, you bastard. I'm like, man, I just send a good thought. I'm like, I hope you get bigger problems than me swerving an inch over the line, right? Just a way of thinking. Doesn't make me perfect. I have plenty of faults. I promise you that. As many, if not more than most. But I definitely want to solve bigger problems. And I definitely don't want the little things to slow down my life because we only got a certain amount of energy to deal with it, right? Number 3, it's on me. I like this one a lot, especially in this crazy political environment that we are living in. It's on me. Ready for this one? No one is coming to save you. Isn't that uplifting for a Wednesday? No one's coming to save us. No one's going to wave a magic wand. You got to take total ownership. It goes well, good for you. Goes bad, it's on you. Who in here kind of knows someone that when things go good, it's on them? When things go bad, it's someone else's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's Biden's fault. It's my old partner's fault. It's Congress's fault. It's the old Congress fault. They got an excuse when it goes wrong. Man, total ownership is just so cool. It's so liberating. If it goes well, good for you. It goes bad, take responsibility. It's how you learn from stuff. You blame it off on someone else, you're not learning crap. I mean, let's just face it. Everybody's screaming over all the stuff that's going on. But no matter if you like the last president, the current, neither, both, whatever, or the next one, are any of them coming in to fix your business, your life, your future, your income, your career? No. Win, lose, or draw. When it's on you, game changes forever. So number 3, it's on me. Okay? Number 4. This one might sound a little silly, but who is steering your ship? Who's steering your ship? These are the silly analogies that go on in this crazy brain of mine. So if it doesn't align, sorry, but I love to think about who's steering my ship, because I want to be in control of my navigation. I want to be in control of my future. Let me ask you before I go on, what is the most costly advice in the world? You guys know what the most costly advice in the world is? Bad advice, usually free bad advice, right? And I think of the opposite of that. If I get the wrong advice, isn't that somebody kind of co-steering my ship, the ship of my life? I mean, think about this. And I'm so glad to be here with the Los Angeles Tribune and what they're doing and having an event like this. Who would have ever thought? Amazing. I love it. Right? But can we be honest? Most of the media is for clickbait. Can we just say it like it is? It's not to inform you, it's to scare the shit out of you. So you click on it, so you open it up, so you read their stuff, so they have the most links. When is the last time you saw something good in the news? So let me ask you something. If you watch the news and your confidence level goes down, are you letting the media put the hands on the wheel of your life? Think about that. If you're having lunch or you hang out with the friends that always make you feel bad that you're a dreamer, aren't you letting them put the hands on your wheel? If you believe that old story that has already cost you too much, but you let that story come back in and play on repeat, and that story's telling you you're not good enough, you're not enough, you don't know enough, you should be happy with what you got, aren't you letting an old system, an old belief system, an old story dictate who you are in this world? So I love to think about who is steering my ship. Am I letting the influence of the wrong news, coworker, fear, self-doubt, imposter syndrome? If that's the case, get your hands off my wheel. And on the opposite side, can't we find things that empower who we are so we can grip the wheel stronger? So you can get news that's inspiring and uplifting. You can be around people if you involve yourself with the right circle where you go, I'm not only in control of this, I'm holding on tight. This is my path. Number 5, care more. Care more. That's number 5. Anybody wants to put it in the chat? I know you guys have been doing that. I appreciate it. In times like these, I don't know I know a lot of people here, leadership, entrepreneurship, career, next level, business. But can I tell you who's going to win in uncertain times? Companies and people who care more. Simple as that. People who fall in love with their product, fall in love with their client, fall in love with their client's results, fall in love with the service you provide, fall in love with the thing that you do every day. Those that thrive in a shifting world are the ones that over-deliver. They under-promise and over-deliver. They truly care through the whole journey of the client with you. Again, I don't know if you're self-employed or you're working, it doesn't matter. This handles more than anybody. You're going to see, especially with AI coming, AI is going to help everybody market a little better. This is my belief. Hear me on this one. AI is going to help everybody market better. Okay? If AI helps you market better, then what's going to be the differentiator? Listen, I believe one of the greatest gifts I have in the world is I love what I do so much that I've gotten amazing at marketing, because I know if I can get you to come, Tony and I are doing a big event next week. Hope you all show up. If we market people to come, we can change their life. So I fell in love with marketing, and we've done some of the biggest events that have ever existed on the planet. We've done events up to 2.5 million people, right? Online. Amazing, right? I love marketing, but I think that the playing field is going to start to get more and more level as AI gets smarter and smarter. AI is learning from me right now, right? We have AI that thinks like Tony and I. It's crazy. So if AI and technology is going to make things a little more equal, how can you win? Not to oversimplify it. Care more. And the cool part, when you care more, sales seem to come easier. And you kind of go home each week with a bigger smile on your face because you actually care. And remember, one thing is how you do one thing, in my opinion, is how you do everything. So if you're in a temporary place until you know this next level's coming for you, care more here, because the tax auditor, the universe see how you're treating the small thing. And if you treat it the right way, it gives you access to the big thing. Number 6. This one's pretty simple. Be bold. Be bold. In times of uncertainty, it is easy to let the outside world control you. It is easy to become the thermometer of life rather than being bold and being the thermostat. The thermometer goes up and down with all the weather, and we talk about it in life with the crazy news and all the stuff. It goes up and down, and you're right. I'm in a good mood. Oh shit, the tariffs, the this, the that. You're just riding that wave. If you could be bold and courageous and work on the inner game, you could be the thermostat. Say, I'm setting this baby at 72, and I'm staying there to work on me with no gray areas, focusing on leadership, focusing on next level. It's time to be courageous. It's time to stop hesitating. It's time to take uncomfortable action. It's time to finally say, no, enough. It's over. I'm done. Or yes, let's begin. It's our time. Think about hesitation. What does it already cost you? What's hesitation already cost you? Don't let it cost you another $1. Sometimes you got to jump out of the plane and grow wings on the way down. So there was ever a time to be bold, to be brave, to be courageous. I believe that's right now. Number 7, focus on the fix. Focus on the fix. You know, I call it focus on the fix because it's what I said to my son for a long time. When things would go wrong, my 16-year-old son, a lot of times he'd look at whose fault it was and why it happened. He'd obsess on it forever. And I used to tell him, there's only a certain amount of energy we have in our life, kiddo. If we only have a certain amount of energy and it gets used up, I'd rather focus on the solution. You know what I told him for years? I said, if you spill a glass of milk, you could say, whose fault is it? Why would someone put that there? Is the floor off? Why'd you set it on the carpet? Who did this? Why'd they do it? Is it going to stink? Is it going to, or you can just go get a towel and a new glass of milk. I've been telling that lesson forever, but I guess it's a lesson I taught myself throughout time. Is what if all your energy was divided in 10% and 90%? 10%, then when something goes wrong, what can you look at and learn? Oh, I didn't do it this way. Take full responsibility. It's all on me. But she did it. Yeah, but you hired her, right? Take full responsibility. Learn from it. Diagnose it. That's what happened. Great. 10% of your time. Now, 90% of your time needs to be focusing on the solution. Who in here knows someone that had been screwed over by someone in a relationship? Not made up. Legit screwed over. 2 years ago, a year ago, 5 years ago. And they still won't engage in a new relationship. Anybody know that person? Because they're reliving it. Why did that happen to me? It shouldn't have, but it did. Whose fault is it? How could they be unfaithful to me? I get it. I'm not trying to make light of it. But if you focus on what happened, you don't take that energy and focus on how do I pick a better person? How do I become a better version of me? How do I become this amazing woman that just attracts an amazing man, or vice versa? Focus on the solution. Focus on the fix. Let the past that went wrong burn down. Get the lessons from it and then light it on fire. All your energy needs to go towards the answer, which in turn leads to growth. Number 8. This was something I lived by, but it's something I really loved in a book called The World's Greatest Salesman with Og Mandino. It's a short little book. I recommend everybody read it. But he talks about the 10 scrolls. It's a really great story. And scroll number 2, maybe scroll number 3 is, I will persist until I succeed. I'll persist until I succeed. I think the only word in the English language that can guarantee success is persist. I always share when people say, what's the definition of success? How do I become more successful? There's a lot of answers, the little things and the big things. I'm sharing 10 of them with you today. But if I had to break it down, make sure you're in an industry that's growing, not dying. Number 2, you need to model proven practices. Find somebody that's already done what you're doing and model what they've done. Start off where they left off. Don't try to learn on your own. And third, you got to keep going. You're going to fail miserably on the way. You got to persist until you succeed. This is one of the big three right here. This is big three. Some of you in your past, some people that you might know, not to use a sports metaphor, but you gave up on the 5-yard line. You went all the way down the field, you worked your tail off, and then you're like, it's not working. And you gave up. You gave up one more step away from success. I love in the book, it says, when did anybody tell us that the prize is at the beginning of the journey? It's at the end of the journey. And the fact of the matter is we don't know how long this journey is. And does the journey really ever end? Really? It's always a journey. And the way I look at it, he talked about in the book of like you're going around corners. And that corner to me is like the obstacles. You get around the corner and you're like, is this? No, that's not it. Fight, 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 fight. Get around the corner. No, that's not it either. Right? I don't know. Some of you might have to go around 3 corners. Some of you might have to go around 30. I don't know. But I know one thing. If you keep persisting, you keep learning, you dust off and keep going, around one of those corners, you go, one more, and that's you 2.0. That's your next level of life. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but damn, can we overcomplicate it, can't we? Number 9, commitment over convenience. I said this earlier, but it's worth repeating. Would you choose, I asked you earlier, would you choose to live the hard way for a short period of time so you could live the easy way for a long time? Of course you would, right? David Kekage was a man I met many years ago. He was hit while jogging by a car and was paralyzed. And one of the most positive guys I've ever met. And when I met him, he had this business card, but it kind of unfolded. It was like this long. And it had something he called this Kekage credos on it. And one of them said, living the hard way is easy and living the easy way is hard. I immediately got it. Immediately got it. It's easy not to work out and to eat good food or exercise and eat good food right now. It's easy to skip it. Totally easy. But it's hard to be 77 years old and not in good shape and you can't run around the lawn with your grandchildren. That's hard. Ooh, that's really hard. And regret weight is thousands of pounds. It's easy to say, hey, I got my degree in this thing and my people around me think I'm blessed to be in the position I'm in. I know I'm not happy. I don't feel fulfilled, but you know, it's what everybody says is the best thing. Just be honest with you. That's easy to stay where you're at. Really hard to get to the end of your life and know you missed it. I think the worst thing that could ever happen to us, could you imagine? I don't think God or whatever your beliefs are would be this cruel, but could you imagine getting to the end of your life and God or your maker played you a video of the woman or the man you could have been? Ooh, when I say that, does that feel like a punch in the gut to you or is that just me? Imagine seeing in the video of the man you could have been, the woman you could have been if you just didn't let those beliefs, if you chose commitment over convenience, if you showed commitment for a short time so you can live a convenient life. Is it worth it? Yes. Is it hard? Absolutely. But don't all things have their pros and cons? If you know you're meant for more and you coast, you take the easy way, I promise you, there will be a time in your life where you think, what the hell did I do? So why not give yourself that gift today? Why don't you choose to commit to do that thing? Stop lying to yourself. Stop just saying it. Stop setting a yearly goal that you don't hit. I'm just being honest. The worst person you can lie to is you. I tell my kids that all the time. My kids say, I'm gonna get straight A's. I'm gonna make my bed every day. I'm like, hey, I don't care if you make your bed every day. I don't. But don't say it and then not do it. Because then your body starts, your soul starts to say, we lie to ourselves. And if you lie to yourself for the little things, you'll lie to yourself to the big things. See, I'm gonna start working out every day. If you're not, your body goes, hey, we can say shit, but it doesn't, we don't really do it. So when you say you want more out of life, it's okay. We'll give you an excuse. It's the wrong time. It's the wrong president, the wrong economy. No, 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 no. Remember, there's no one coming to save us. It's on us. Commit today. Be a little inconvenienced today so you could set the tone for a convenient life. Cool? You guys feeling this? Number 10, last one. Who versus how? If you want to write that in. Who versus how? You see, I love doing this gap analysis of if you know where you are and you know where you want to go and you know why, then the only thing left is what is the capabilities you need to close the gap? What are the capabilities you need to close the gap? How? How am I going to become a better leader? How am I going to double my company? How am I going to take my relationship and intimacy to the next level? How am I going to hire more people? How am I finally going to launch my own thing? Wherever you are in your life, how is a big word. True? I wish you were here. You'd raise your hand, right? Raise your hand wherever you're sitting right now. It'll just look funny no matter where you are. Raise your hand. How is how you get there, right? The capabilities. But what if there was an easier way? What if instead of thinking, how do I get there? How do I close the gap? You think, who has already done what I want to achieve? Who is already living the life I want, leading the company the way I want to lead it? Innovating, creating, managing people from at home and virtual. Who's allowed themselves to grow their business and their family and everything's united? Who is the word that can replace how? And it's the industry I'm in, right? So how could I not be in? My partner, Tony Robbins, we've been in the how and who business our whole lives, delivering capabilities. But Tony was a big who in my life before he became my best friend and partner. When I thought of who has already done what I want to do, I just follow Tony Robbins, or I follow somebody here. When I want to learn social media, I hire the who. I cut checks for speed. Who can you learn from? Whose book can you read? Whose mentor program can you be in? Whose podcast should you be listening to? Who should you be surrounding with? Who has already done the things that you want to do? And once you adapt that philosophy, you'll realize that it's not about capital. It's not about resources. It's about resourcefulness. Find the person that's already done what you want to do and learn everything you can from them.
Dean Graziosi, thank you. And our community is so blown away and grateful and thankful to you for taking time out of your busy schedule. Want to point out to our community, this is what over-delivering looks like. This is what it looks like when you're truly a professional. You show up, you over-deliver. Like Dean said, how you do anything is how you do everything. And so our community feels that, understands that, appreciates that. Earlier today, we had one of my very good friends, the former CEO of Blockbuster and 7-Eleven, Jim Keyes, who wrote a book, Education is Freedom. We've had some of the top thought leaders from around the world from a multitude of different industries. Mark Zuckerberg's father was part of this program, Dr. Edward Zuckerberg, and Gene Simmons, to go on. And one thing that all of them have in common, along with you, Dean, is the power of education. And joining us in this week-long public service program where we assembled some of the top thought leaders from around the world to educate the public. And if you heard Dean speak earlier, Dean doesn't come from Berkeley MBA. Dean is somebody that has practiced autodidactic education, just like Leonardo da Vinci, just like Steve Jobs, just like Bill Gates. These are individuals that didn't leverage institutionalized education, but leveraged autodidactic education. Self-education. And Dean has been educating people for decades and helping people on their path of education for decades. And Dean, we don't have a lot of time. We have another amazing speaker who's just going to be joining us in a couple of minutes. But we here at the Los Angeles Tribune, every year when we do these leadership summits, we acknowledge two people that deserve a Lifetime Achievement Award for the work that they have done in the field of education and public service. And we want to honor you, Dean, because you have truly lived a life that embodies supporting autodidactic education for individuals with the Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award. And before we go to our next speaker in about a minute, we just want to give you the floor, Dean, to share some words on what this means for you, to our community, to the world. And how important is it for people to continue on their path of self-education, which is the reason we're giving you this award and the reason that we do what we do here at the Tribune with these programs. Dean Graziosi, please.
Well, first off, thank you. That was beautiful. It touched my heart. And, you know, we all come from different backgrounds. And I believe self-education can become the new normal in our lives. And I'm not saying that it's going to replace traditional education. In fact, I think if self-education gets so good, it will force universities to grow. And I think they need to. I think a lot of university has grown in a linear fashion, and our world is growing exponentially. I'm not poo-pooing it because I didn't go to college. I want people to have options. And my way of learning was modeling other people, seeing somebody who's already done what I want to do and do everything I can to absorb kind of specialized knowledge rather than kind of general knowledge. And I truly believe it will shift our world in such an amazing way. And it's been such a great honor for me to serve others at this phase of my life. I think service is the #1 goal that I have. My partner, Tony Robbins, is in the same phase of his life. And I just want to say thank you for that beautiful award. It means the world to me, and it's been great. Your tribe has been so beautiful in their messaging, and I want to say thank you. Take what serves you, go put it in play, and I hope our paths cross at some time in the future.
Absolutely. We look forward to reinviting you, and we know how busy you are, but hopefully we can get it back on your busy schedule to join us again. Dean Graziosi, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Dean Graziosi.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow, what an absolute pleasure that was to have Mr. Dean Graziosi and get that Lifetime Achievement Award. That was pretty cool, right? Well, my name's Jeff Ross. If you're just tuning in, I'm tuning out here from Tasmania, Australia. We're an international crew. This has been broadcasted to countries like India and Africa and, United Kingdom, Australia and USA. Put a 1 in the comments if that interview with Dean, Mo and Michael was just like on fire. I've got an amazing panel that's just about to come up too. But the thing that I took away from that conversation with Dean is, marketing, AI, it really is just a vehicle to help us to live a life that creates an impact for the greater good. And I reckon you're going to hear that as a through line through all of our conversations. So let me bring up our next panel here. And I've got some amazing speakers to talk about all things marketing. So I've got Gunnar Habitz, I've got Adam Kleckner, and I've got Albert Corey. These are all 3 amazing guys, around the globe, in that space that know everything that we could think of about marketing, probably forgotten a bit more about than I have already. So, Gunnar, I'm going to start with you, mate. What I want all 3 of you to do is just to share a snippet of your story in 2 minutes or less to introduce yourself to our amazing audience. I find the stories are the best way to ground things and connect things. And if you're not talking, I'll just get to mute yourself because there's a little bit of background noise there for our audience. And Gunnar, I'm going to start to you, then I'll go to Albert, and then we'll go to Adam. Over to you, Gunnar.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff. And what a fantastic session to be part of also in this panel. Hi, everyone. My name is Gunnar. I'm a marketer here from Australia and Sydney. I came here nearly 10 years ago, spent time in what I would call analog marketing. I work in the big tech companies, had my own agency, and now I work with marketing agencies to ensure that we can reach customers where they would like to be in a mix of AI and, of course, of that element that we all need to have, which is a human. I'm also a published author, and I strongly believe that we can unite the world and make it a better place by celebrating our networks, bring people together, marketing plays a very strong part of it. And for me, living in 4 countries, it's amazing to see how that all comes together from a global perspective.
Well, thank you for joining us here today. And Albert, I'd love to hear a little bit about your story. And the question I'm going to segue into after everybody shared their story is, how do you see marketing really facilitating, bringing your best version of your best life together? So I'm just planting a seed here for you to think about it as we go. Albert, over to you.
Hey, my name is Albert Corey. I have one question I always ask my future clients. Are you making more than you're spending? You see, I started, we just started my 41st year as doing accounting in Miami with clients globally. And I started with the Barney Rubble approach of marketing, the belly thing. Because see, when I started in 1984 and 85, there was none of this internet stuff. It was passing out flyers and make people smile and laugh.
Guerrilla style.
That's been my key of helping over 156,000 clients in 41 years. When you make them smile, okay, and you do a good job, nobody's going to beat you. No AI, no corporate, no Walmart, no Amazon. That's the trick.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Albert. And I totally 100% agree with you. Adam, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me fine? I'm having issues with the video, but are we good?
We can hear you okay, but your video
perfect.
But that's okay.
All right, we're there. Perfect. Well, yeah, Adam Kleckner. I own a staffing firm called Link Tech. We specialize in cognitive neurodiversity, really putting a human-centered focus on things. And for me, the marketing, the exciting piece for me is looking at different cognitive approaches and different neurotypes when we look at marketing, and just not blanket statementing everybody under one umbrella. So really understanding how we look at the way different people think, how we process, how we look at the world, and tying that into marketing, and how we can utilize AI to funnel into that and still put the human connection through it.
I love that. And the key word, Adam, I'm going to stay with you. Dean tapped in on this as well, with his amazing interview there. Marketing is just a vehicle to help us to connect to other humans, to be able to support that conversation. So how do you use marketing for your business to have that heart-to-heart connection with other humans?
Yeah, I think it's such an important piece, right? Especially in the world of AI and everything that's coming in, you get so much of what we kind of call the AI slop, right? And everything starts to look similar, everything starts to look the same. And I think it's really putting the human back behind marketing, right? And putting the voice behind it and putting the character behind it. And I think kind of as Dean had touched on earlier, AI will make it marketing easy for everybody, but how do you stay true to who you are, and how do you stay true to what you believe in? And so to me, I think it's really about focusing on who you are and who your brand is and who you're trying to connect with, and seeing that through line from a personal level, not just hey, cool, use AI to generate pretty pictures. It's how do you utilize that to resonate with your audience and kind of pull on those heartstrings of your audience and get them to buy in and build trust. Because I think trust is the biggest thing we're losing. Yeah,
I totally agree with you. And Gunnar, I've been watching you now for a couple of years on LinkedIn, especially. And, that's how we connected. We've had some pretty powerful conversations. So how's marketing as a vehicle helped you to, create that impact for the greater good? But I think this whole key conversation here is around connection. Yeah. So how's marketing helping you to have that heart-to-heart connections with your audience? And Gunnar, you're muted.
Yeah. That happened. So Jeff, you and we are both connected on the term of social selling, which always sounds like hardcore selling, but actually it's not. Because what we are doing, we are talking to an audience. And if I take it in a black and white approach, marketing talks to an audience while sales talks to the individual. So we need to be visible and need to build connections on that. There's various ways how we can make that happen. I personally believe in the power of human connection. That was even the slogan when I used to work at Hootsuite, which is social media, and grateful now to work further into marketing, because the topic what we need to do is to get let's say, the top of funnel when we meet people and try to build good connections, that we can build trust over time. We all know talk about the know, like, and trust factor, but there's so much more. You want to be with those people who entertain and educate and inspire you. And that is what really makes sense. And if you are maybe the best on your own view in one room, you're in the wrong room. And that fits also quite a lot into what Dean said. And marketing can help us when we can concentrate, I would call it autonomous marketing, let AI do the agentic side of it, do the thing, and control the narrative, the messages by us as humans for true connection.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. And Albert, like you've definitely seen that, like the last few decades, and with marketing in your business and stuff. But I think the truth, the line that goes through that doesn't really change is us humans, right? How we connect with each other.
If anybody, I know, Karen, if you know me a long time, Jeff, I have a different approach of everything. If you see my stuff on Facebook, Instagram, I use education comedy marketing. The number one way to break through the noise.
Yeah.
Because I could put 4 tips how to save money on a tax return and it won't catch you. But the one I was getting ready to put up today is the best tax deduction ever is a cup of hot chocolate. Drink cocoa and see your business grow. What does that mean? Did I just make you laugh? Yeah.
There's an emotional connection right away. I love it.
Thank you. And that's how the purists think I'm crazy, but my wallet says I'm doing well. So that's because, Jeff, they'll always remember, and I'm sure you see my stuff on Instagram and stuff, right? It's not normal tips, right? It's always making fun. I mean, it's fun with a tip, of course, but it's making you laugh to remember me.
And look, I use dad jokes in my own marketing for this very exact reason, to connect, have that emotional connection with people. And so I do want to just touch base on AI. I don't want this whole summit to be all AI driven, but it is here to stay. It's here to play. I know AI has helped me to get more intimate with my audience. How is AI supporting you with your brand message and marketing in any way? Albert, we'll go to you first.
AI helps me more than ever. I'm going to call it my new secretary. Or my new marketing partner, because if you go in AI and type in Albert Corey, it knows me. So I can make a almost perfect marketing piece without, and you can make it in second. And we always have to tweak it, but it's now your second secretary. That's how you use it. It's your second secretary. And you use it in that vein. You're the boss. Well, maybe not always necessarily in my office, but for the most part, you're still the boss, and you keep tweaking the AI till it speaks. When you're doing the content, no matter how good AI is going to get, you're always going to have to keep tweaking it till you feel it is you. Exactly.
Yeah. 100%. And Adam, like we're actually at the moment working together. Like I'm helping you to produce your podcast, and we've been using AI to help us to nail in the branding and the message and the mission and all of that. How has that experience enlightened you on how to use AI to connect to our audience?
Yeah, I was actually just going to touch on Albert's, message there of saying it helps you connect to your audience, but I also think AI helps you connect to yourself, right? So what I'll do all the time is I'll have these thoughts, and especially my ADHD brain, there'll be a million of them all over the place, and I can dump it into AI and it help me make sense of it. And so I can get in kind of a creative mode where I'll go dump in ideas, and I've got ideas, drive my wife crazy, but I got ideas bouncing all over the place, and I can throw it into my LLM that I've kind of created for my narrative, who understands me and my voice and my tone. And it can help me polish that and figure it out on how it's going to deliver to my audience. And so while I do think it helps us connect to our audience, I think it also can help you connect to yourself and your own business and how you look at things. And so I think it's a two-way street. I think it's really beneficial for utilizing it to internalize your own messaging, figure that out, and then help you get that out to the world.
Yeah, brilliant. Well said. I think your wife and my wife could definitely swap notes there.
Yeah, for sure.
That whole conversation. I say AI saved my marriage. You just made a comment there in the chat, and thank you very much for interaction with our audience. Guys, if you've got any questions for our panel here, please leave it in the comments. We can see it here, and we'd love to maybe answer some of your questions. But Gunnar, you said AI is your thinking partner. I love you just to unpack that for our audience.
Yeah, happy to do this. You see by my name, the name is Habits. And when I grew up in Europe, it didn't tell me too much until I recognized that actually it's also an English word, just with the S. I write it with the Z. So then one day I thought I need to write a book about habits, but how would I do it? So then I read a book called Discipline, which sounds like quite German, but was in English, and I realized, okay, now's the time. I take the discipline, I write my book about habits. And then exactly, I started using ChatGPT, who knows me pretty well, as the accountability partner, but also this partner to give me thoughts and actions. And then I came with a structure and I reviewed it and I shared it with people. But it gave me this type of ideas into a structure. I'm not a big fan of the visuals, but at least it gets to thinking process, right? It said, aha, when it looks like this, I can come to ideas. And at the end, I gave a crowdsourcing to first ChatGPT how the cover should look like, then to my audience, and then the best mix came, and then it looks like this. And you can't imagine this little thing here. This is done by ChatGPT, not by a designer, and was so good. Wow. Been totally amazed by that.
Well, you know, and this is the thing, right? In a world where we have all these tools in the marketing space, especially, we now have this speed to implementation game going on. And so sometimes it's not necessarily the best thing, but it's the fastest thing that can get out there, can definitely win. But here's the thing I know that I want to just quickly go around the horn here. You know, we've probably got about 10 minutes just to have this quick conversation with each other. You know, AI has helped me to be intimate with myself. It's helped me to be intimate with my audience. But see, this whole conversation comes back to leadership. You know, leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less, as John Maxwell calls it. And me understanding that and bringing that type of influence into my marketing has helped my message to land in a much more impactful way. Because I believe that it's the I, see, and you conversation. So Gunnar, I'll go to you first. You know, how are you using marketing as a tool to help to elevate, the human conscience?
Yeah, that's a good point, because it helps a lot to uncover parts of the areas of the brain that we normally don't have access to. So this uncovering, well known that I cannot really feel or cannot think, but at least it can act also in an ethic way. So that's a surprising part for that. Myself, I work in the area of software and AI, so that's a very interesting part to see how email automation here at Active Campaign, where I'm working, turned into autonomous marketing, so that we humans can concentrate on what we do. And that has a lot to do with the content. While the machinery does everything by itself that we oversee, but at least the beauty is I do not need to say and do by myself something like a welcome sequence or 5-day email sequence or something. It does it automatically. And instead of something like ChatGPT, give me mock-up, it does everything. So it's this shortcut that we humans can concentrate on what we can do best. And that comes particularly in how to write the content very well and let the technology do all what it can do reliably so much better.
Yeah, brilliant answer. Thank you, Gunnar. And Albert, how is marketing in general as a vehicle helping you to connect with your audience to have that buy-in psychology conversation like that?
So here's how I've been using AI like all the time. I figured out in this last tax off season that now I can make the most perfect letter to say, hey, Jeff, your return is due. If you're happy with the refund and this is your bank account, just click OK. And the letter is like having a secretary next to me. And it's speeding up my life as opposed to me, because I can't write. I can show you how to make money, but writing has never been my strong point.
Yeah, no, my grammar's pretty atrocious too. And that's why I say I love, the AI marketing.
So now it's my instant, like I said earlier, it's my instant secretary. And everybody goes, oh, Albert, I didn't know your writing has gotten so good. And I say, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I love it. I did the same thing too now. I used to justify it and say, no, it was AI, but now I just own it.
Yeah. But it still is, because you're still trained to think like you, Jeff. It's your thoughts. It's just somebody wrote it for you.
And Adam, I know that you're in the human resources sector, and you've got an amazing team around there, helping people in the neurodivergent community. How is marketing in general helping you to communicate and connect with your audience so you can have that I, see, and you conversation?
Yeah, I think it allows you to be the authority in a way that you never were before, right? And so I think if you're naturally curious and super passionate about your space and are really bold in your space, it allows you to research faster than you've ever been able to research, right? It allows you to go in and read books faster than you've ever been able to read books. It allows you to go in and really educate yourself on a topic that maybe you didn't know so much about, right? And so I think what it does is it allows you to be bolder, and it allows you to put your voice out there more, because it allows you to get the information and become kind of that subject matter expert faster than ever before. Now, obviously there's limits to that, right? I'm not saying I'm going to read a book on being a doctor and go cure cancer tomorrow, but if it's your space, your niche, and what you're passionate about, I think the resources are at your fingertips so much more than ever before, that it allows you to become that authority in a way that I think took so much longer before.
Yeah, can't agree with you anymore. I totally agree with you, all of that. Sorry, I'll just read a comment here from Bruno. He says, definitely tell all of our viewers to season your LMM and act as a top strategist in marketing. Act as a top interior designer. Like it'll lower the hallucination, raises and predictability above 90%. So this whole conversation, like whether it's using AI or whether it's talking to our audience in one way, like we're talking about marketing, right? And marketing has evolved, over the eons in this space. But essentially, it's buy-in psychology 101. And so as AI evolves, we've got all these tools that are coming out of our ears. It's very noisy, and it's a very, very consuming place with our attention spans and all that. How do you see marketing evolving over the next 5 years? And what platform would you recommend people start to pay attention to right now? We've probably got about 5 minutes. Gunnar?
Well, I'm biased when it comes to the platform working at Active Campaign, which is built on AI. But in general, I think what technology is doing, if you see over the last 1.5 years, it's what is speeding up on possibilities. It helps us to be a shortcut to deliver better outcomes, not only faster, but more precise, so that we can concentrate on drawing conclusions when it comes to how to create our marketing campaigns. What I like that if you only want to create a funnel page or something like this, the best practice that AI is technically built in, there's less guesswork, and then you add your quirkiness to it to make it yourself. So this gets us more concrete, I would say, way to target our audience with something that's more relatable to them compared to the old billboard advertising. And therefore, that's good. I can see what comes to me, even then broadcasted on social, which speaks to me, and everything else is out. That's the customer view or consumer view. And for me, it's running marketing, having the tools at fingertips where I can control whole conversation and narrative in an omni-channel way. That's awesome.
I love that, and making it relatable to the audience so they can connect even deeper in that space. It's brilliant. Adam, what do you see as the insights in the future for marketing in the next 5 years?
I think it's going to be twofold. I think AI is going to let everybody be a marketer, right? Anybody in the world can become a marketer. And so I do think it's going to generate a lot of noise and a lot of slop and a lot of things that look very similar, a lot of things that, everybody's going to kind of fall into one bucket. On the flip side of that, though, I think it's going to allow you to separate yourself from the pack. And if you're utilizing it in the right way and you're utilizing it to draw out the human and to use it to connect to the human instead of just pushing out blanket content that means nothing to people, I think if you utilize it to impact your audience and to pull that human lever, I think it'll allow you to separate faster than you ever have before too. So I think it's going to create more noise, but for the ones that do it right and the ones that utilize it in the human aspect and utilize it to build trust, I think you're going to be able to separate yourself tenfold like you weren't ever before.
Yeah, well, we've actually seen a really perfect example in our little team. Like, we're about to launch 2 journals. I'm going to talk about that later. We've got the marketing journal that we're going to do a bit of a soft launch for later, but we've also got the Latin journal. And I've seen AI being in a way to, take, Spanish, Latin content and translate that into English. And obviously there's human support there to take it and repurpose the content. And it's been a brilliant way to expand on, on what would have just been normally known for just being Spanish and that's it. And having someone to try and translate word for word. AI is now speeding everything up in a way. I definitely can see that.
Yeah.
Albert, how do you see the future of marketing unfolding? And you're muted still, Albert. Albert, you're muted.
I look at it as like, I'm going to go back to my old, as everybody calls me, the Barney Rubble days. If you make it human, AI could never outdo you, outtake you. Because at the end of the day, it's still at 10%. It's like somebody told me the other day that, AI is going to take my tax job. No, they're not. because I'll guarantee you it can't be me 100%. It can come 80, but never be me 100. So,
Yeah.
so that 20% you'll be able to be the different guy on the cool kid on the block, because you're going to realize that when AI does that stupid spelling, like I did one yesterday, IRS keys to better bookkeeping, and it made like hieroglyphic books. See, so it can't be you 100%.
Yeah.
You just gotta make sure it does your 20% of you, and you're gonna kick everybody else's doo-doo, because everybody else is gonna take it, use it, and just put it out there.
Yeah, 100%. Guys, this has been an absolutely amazing conversation. These panels, they fly fast. 25 minutes doesn't last long when you're having fun, right? So let's just go around 30 seconds or less. What's one final word of wisdom you'd like to leave our audience? Keep it really short, and then we're going to go to commercial as we wrap up this break.
Well, I'll go.
Yeah, let's go with Al first.
Okay, AI is a tool, and if you ever want to see how I'm using the tool to make people laugh but get my point across, follow me on Instagram at 1040w2.com.
Okay, Gunnar, over to you.
Yes, I love the combination of AI and human. It helps us in these stages, like how we imagine things, how then we activate it, and how we can validate that actually also working. But it needs a combination AI and human that we can really get across the average that otherwise AI represents. Let it do the work for us.
Brilliant. I couldn't agree with you anymore. Adam, over to you.
Yeah, I think let AI automate the stuff you're bad at so you can focus the stuff you're good at. I think don't lose the human side. Let it automate what you're terrible at so we can use the human potential to focus on what our strengths are, what we're really good at, that creative thinking, looking at things differently, solving problems. I think let it be an assistant, let it take what you're bad at, spend your time utilizing what your strengths are.
Brilliant. Well, gents, this has been an amazing conversation. Thank you very much for being our first panel for today. Guys, don't wait. Make sure you tune in. And Dave, I'll get you just to quickly drop in that link to get people to register to our event so they can get access to the replay. We're going to be back right after a commercial with another amazing speaker. Talk to you soon.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hey, Jeff. I heard you about AI for the Latin Journal, but we're going to be working on your Spanish.
Yeah, please. I think I need to get on Duolingo, right? We've got to teach me some Spanish.
That is so right. That is so right.
Absolutely amazing. Well, we've had an amazing start to this marketing summit, haven't we?
Beautiful, beautiful. It's so funny how many times I have listened to Dean Graziosi, and there's always gems that he just keeps dropping. I'm like making notes. And this panel was fantastic because this whole thing about AI and marketing, we're all learning together. And I love to hear all the different insights and perspective from all of them.
Yeah, well, for our audience, please make sure that you register to our link to get access to the replay. And whilst you're here live, let's get into the comments. Keep the comments coming. Keep the questions coming. And also get out there and share it out loud and proud. We want to be able to share this goodness with the world so we can go and have an impact, right? We can actually go make a mission and do what we want to do. Jenny, so we've got some amazing speakers still lined up, but we've also got another event that we're talking about that's going to happen on January 31st. And I believe that you're heading this one up. What are you most excited about this event? Can you give us a little bit of a sneak peek of what's to come?
I'm so excited because right now I'm located in the middle of the United States and we're about to face this crazy snowstorm, but we're heading to Miami, baby. We're heading to Miami next weekend. So excited. In collaboration with Zumba, we're going to have this amazing event that is all about wellness and movement y comunidad. and it's going to be the first time that we're going to start launching this whole Spanish edition of the Latin Journal. And then we're going to be located at City Zero, which is the building that Beto Perez, and for those of you who don't know, Beto Perez is the creator of Zumba. He's going to be hosting us. We're going to be interviewing him. We're going to be dancing. I still want Michael to dance. He's not going to get away without just doing a little bit of a movement.
I've got to see that.
Incredible events. And then I guess, and then obviously we're going to be launching the Latin Journal that you were just talking about. I'm so excited. It's such an amazing, phenomenal new edition. A little bit of Spanish, un poquito de español, un poquito de inglés, pero very, very empowering for our community.
Brilliant. And talking about journals, we're actually about to launch another journal here. I'm just going to bring it up on the screen here. And there's a bit of mystery. There's a bit of intrigue here. I can't mention the name who's going to be on the cover, but we've got a really amazing speaker who's about to be here on this. But we're launching the marketing journal as well. And this is just a soft launch here just to show you a bit of a sneak peek. Look, we've also got the Latin Journal, the Vietnam Journal, the Women's Journal. Well done to Karen Hall for championing that one. But this one's got Jonathan Foltz. We've had him on a couple of our summits before. We've got Adam Ginsberg, who's going to be coming to speak very shortly up here on this summit. My good dear friend and business partner, Mary Glorifield, here with our team with Michael Silvers. We've got Sarah Thompson, who's got an article in here. Who else we got? We've got Mark Anthony Bates as well. We've got Jonathan Mast, and we've got some more speakers to come, some more authors to come and put their article into this space. And if you'd like to be a part of this, well, reach out to us. Just drop it your notes on our registration details, or get onto actually our event that Michael talked about that's coming up on Tuesday night. I'm sure Michael will introduce a bit more about that later on. And come see how you can come play with us. We would love for you to put your articles in one of our journals, whether it be the Latin Journal, whether it be the Marketing Journal. But I think we've run out of time for this little segment. I'm going to bring up Mr. Michael Silvers now, and we're going to do a quick handover and on with the show. Over to you, Michael.
Love it. All right, you two, you've been great. It's great because we have a lot of great speakers coming, and it's the education that you take. So I'm going to take just a little bit of time. It's really funny too, is I have a jacket here and a jacket here. And, whenever you talk to Dean, I sort of a different look when I have speakers or when I'm talking to them. And then when there's a break in the audio or when I sound different, I used to actually have 2 or 3 computers. I don't do that anymore. I come from this, I don't do as many changes, so I'm going to sort of make it interesting. So here's the jacket. Everybody like that? That's the one you saw last time. I want to thank everybody for being on. So this is interactive. I'm going to ask some questions, and I think part of that interactive makes a difference. And then we have some major speakers coming up tonight. So take the information. Remember, it's conversational. It's about education. And if you know, though, that you're enjoying this and you have enjoyed it so far, share this. So share the stream. The great thing about sharing the link is not only can they register, but they can we'll send them the recording. Plus, they also will be able to see our future shows like we have next week. So make sure that you register, because the fascinating thing about that, think of from a marketing perspective, we're going to be with the co-founder of Zumba. Zumba's in over 187 countries with 15 million people, and it's a lot bigger than that. And we're going to be live. So if you've ever done a live show and it's something that you're even interested in, put a 1 in the chat. Just go ahead, put a 1, which means you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube. Just put a 1 in there right now. Now, we also are going to have a virtual on top of it. But at the same time, we're going to do some launches. Because what happens with launches, whenever you do marketing, is remember what Dean said. I take notes just like you guys. He said, care more. So because we want to make sure that we sort of attach and get to all of our audiences, we're launching at the same time the Spanish division. We already have we're going to have a show in April. That's going to be the Singapore show. We did it last year, and it will be in English and Mandarin. We've done it in Japanese, and we're reaching out to the audiences. So now we're launching the Spanish division. It will be English, Spanish. It will address audiences around the world. But from a marketing perspective, we want to show, being Los Angeles based, that we care, because we go out to the world. We go out to so many countries. These shows stream to 50 countries, and we get comments all the time. We get pictures from villages in the Philippines. So from a marketing perspective, part of what we want to show is we are also the oldest paper in Los Angeles, is that we care. So go back to the notes, right? Dean said, care more. Everybody write that down, because people will understand who you are. So if you take yourself from a marketing perspective, so first of all, register for the show next week. We want you all on. We'll see you on. We'll be live in Miami, and we'll also be sending it out virtually and have a virtual component of the show. And we have some amazing, the co-founder of Zumba, Mr. Joseph McClendon. I could just go on and on with the names that will be part of the show. And it's going to be great because we will really address it from many different perspectives. What is health and wellness? What is wellness? What is financial wellness? What is moving forward? How do you address that? And we'll be doing it from a beautiful studio, which is also the gym. And it's going to just be a great time. And I look forward to it over and over. But part of responding to our audience, here's the part you have to remember, that you care more, is to make sure, I said, we're not reaching them directly the same way. I mean, there's comments here. I'm watching it all. I'm so excited for next week. Care more, looking forward. I love you're all amazing. But first of all, are you all sharing this right now on your Facebook with 10 other people? Are you saying, hey, I want you to be part of this? So my homework for you right now is to take your Facebook link and share it with 10 other people. I do it all the time because I believe it's about the education we're getting out for the shows. I also run the podcast division here. So we love podcasters, we love authors, speakers, trainers, entrepreneurs, small business, large business. We have somebody who's over millions of employees that will be coming to one of our shows. So that's a pretty big business. My business partner alone, his company has 48,000 clients. It's a good sized business. But what is it that you do to show you care? How do you do that? So first of all, share this. What I want to see for your businesses, if you ever work with me, and I give out my text number, I won't do it tonight. If you register, the greatest thing that we heard from you was that closeness is about every 2 weeks, we're going to have, with myself and some other speakers, but normally I'll run it, just a conversation. Here's a concept or idea, and we're going to do it on Zoom so you can be very participative and you can really be in there with us. That will make a big difference every single time. And that's the important piece. So can you bring the community, which we're going to, that's what we're responding to, and can you bring it to your audience no matter what it is? You can make a community about anything. Don't just have another membership site, another community site. Okay, so here we go. Everybody ready? Pen and pencil. What's that? Paper. Don't care. I wrote notes. I wish I could show it, or I'll flash it like that. I wrote notes on a piece of paper when Dean was talking, when the panel was talking, right? And I'm looking over it. By the way, I'm looking at the notes. That's why I'm looking down. They always say, don't look away from the camera. Oh, by the way, here's a little tip. You don't have to stare at the camera like this the whole time. Secondly, use your hands, because when you do hand gestures, you bring them in. They actually know that you're a human being, because hand gestures are really important for the way we communicate. And that will make a big difference every single time. So, you know, when Dean talked about the non-negotiable and the delegate and the automate and eliminate, I really took a look at how am I eliminating what we do, but I want you all to play the funnel game. Okay, everybody ready? This is the funnel game from the Vice President of Los Angeles Tribune. This is how we build the film divisions, the podcast divisions, the trainings we do, the big shows we do. We have the big health and wellness Zumba show coming up. We'll have the Singapore show in April. We've got the huge leadership show. It just goes on and on and on. And we never stop. We do live events. Last year, we did 5 live events at Barnes & Noble in Los Angeles at the Grove. We did 5 the year before. We did other events. I mean, I could go on and on and on. And we just promised we'd be here all day long. So now back to you. Get out a piece of paper, get out a pencil, however it works for you, and draw a funnel. Very simply, just like that. So the top is bigger, the small funnel's down. Now, this is just a path. Write that down. This is just a path. That's all you're doing as we move through this. The path is us moving in a direction. So what you do is you start the path up here. And in the path, this is where the marketing comes in. People have a tendency, if we shy away from marketing, we're going to do it ourselves. We're going to do our own social media on it. Remember when Dean said to delegate? This is one of those things you really should delegate, is that part. Even the social media people I work with delegate their social media. So in your path, the top of your path is the clients, the customers, the whatever comes in to whatever that first level is. Where do they connect with you? Is it a phone call? Is it automated? What is that part of the path? So as they come into the path, think of it this way and think about it, right? How do my customers get onto the journey? I market through mailings. People still do that. Do you know that? People still like that personal touch. I market through social media. I market through the newspapers. I market through TV. I mean, it can go on and on and on. But what is that first part of the path? And as you're moving down the path and you're bringing them in, then what is the first connection? This is a critical piece, because how do you create the relationship with your customers? Do you connect with them by a phone call? A podcast? What is that they first get to know? It's the know, like, and trust factor. What is that part? Dean talked about, again, caring more. So if you think of caring more within, what is that first part of how they reach to you? What is it? Are they just on one of those phone loops where click 1 to talk with so-and-so, click 2 because we don't even care, click 3 because we're too busy? Whatever that is, think about it. Think about how they connect with you. So now they've connected with you, right? And you have your marketing, what you think, dialed in. What are you doing in that path with them? Are you selling them a product? Are you mentoring them? Are you bringing them into a group situation? Are you fixing something for them? Because if you remember the part earlier that was so critical and what Dean brought up, he talked about, and we did this all the time, solve bigger problems. Write that down again. So as you bring them into your path, it's about them, not about you. Make sure you write that down, because that's that critical piece as you move your business forward. Maybe you don't have a business yet. Maybe you're an employee, so be the best employee out there. To be the best employee out there, your whole job is to solve bigger problems. Because what you want is you want to be that problem solver, not the one who comes with the whine or the complaint or the drama, the story, but how is it that you truly solve that? So now we've got them into the path, right? They come into the path and we've done it through, let's say, your social media. So they have a connection, but they don't. Maybe they saw it somewhere. Referrals. This is where, when they start to be on that first level, and you have suddenly your first client, your second, your third, your fourth, that's where referrals are so important. Insurance people had this down years ago. They ask, every time they meet somebody, they're asking for, 100 new referrals. Do you ask referrals for your business? Are you confident enough in what you're giving to that client that you can ask for a referral? So write this down. Referrals are good, because that's your raving fan. That's your client who will help you move forward. So everybody who's ever asked for a referral, go ahead and put a 1. You're on Facebook, you're on Twitch, you're on YouTube, just go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you've ever asked for a referral. as you move your business forward. There you go. Great. Fantastic. Now, as they're moving down the funnel, always remember it's the path of the client. So it's good to know where they're going. Where is it? And remember, not where you want them to go, but where are they going? What is it that they need? And how are you also receiving that feedback? So that's not for this conversation, but we will talk about that. I'll address that because that came up too. I'll make sure I address that on one of our Tuesday night calls. Remember, we do them every 2 weeks. And we'll talk about that, sort of how that looks and how that's important. Because a lot of times, as you're building your business, we sort of lose that part of what the path looks like, especially when it starts to build really quickly, or you have a big team and everybody's got a great idea, but who finally makes the decision? And it's great because you're all here, and I see all the different countries on right now, and we're so happy to have you on. It's just one of those times that we really are there to help each other. And we have comments coming in from different countries, from different perspectives, from people at a different place in their business. And it's just a journey. That's right, Gunnar. It's a journey. It's a journey, it's a journey, and it's a journey. And that makes the difference all the time. We could do this all night long, right? And I can be on these kind of calls because I was seeing if there was any more notes. There's a lot I wanted to cover, but we don't have the time. But make sure that you do that tonight, because if you ever work with me or even book a 15-minute call with me, here's how it's going to go. Okay. And I want everybody to remember this very quickly. 2 minutes about you. Got that? Everybody wrote that? 2 minutes about me. So you know the background. And then you go from there. Somebody asked, what is my background? I usually don't go too deep on this calls into that, but basically been in the media and personal development world for almost 30 years. My business partner was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. She did 82 countries with Tony, did events all around the world. And that is quite a business partner. I have other business partners that have done so much in their life with their 48,000 clients, or their clients in 50 countries, or their social media around the world, or launching different journals, like the editions, the first edition of the Women's Journal, now the second edition, we have the Latin Journal coming out. Our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, and everything we learn working together, because we work together, so we learn, everything to his Grammy nomination this year. So it's very exciting. And that's what you do. You surround yourself with the right mentors. I'm going to give you a little before I'm going to bring the other amazing co-hosts back on. What's really important here is that you have 3 coaches, write this down, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. What do the 3 coaches do? 1 coach kicks your behind and just keeps you moving in direction. 1 coach understands your business a little bit and keeps you rolling through. 1 coach could be your spiritual coach. It could be your physical therapist. It could be your personal trainer. It's that mind body. And you really, that's an important part of everything that you do. The other thing is the mentors. Mentors are usually ahead of you in the game. So the mentor usually either has more money, or maybe lives the way you want to live, or a place, or a lifestyle, whatever that is. You should have 2 of those in your life. My mentors make a difference. Being able to work with Mary Glorfield originally as my mentor, and the changes I made in my life just because she saw 82 countries and things produced there. And now one of my mentors that is working with me now, Mr. Joseph Clendon, has just changed my life, because let me tell you, he keeps me teed up and keeps it moving forward no matter what. And there's so many more. Coca Patriots on this call, Jeff Ross and Jenny Lopez, who are hosting it, are just amazing. And 1 mastermind, that's the time that you get together as a group and create something out of nothing. If you've never read Think and Grow Rich, I don't care what industry you're in, read the book. Think and Grow Rich will really drop you into the importance of masterminds. And again, it's that idea tank. It's the think tank. It's why a lot of companies have pulled their employees back, because there was this loss of that think tank. And there's something about also being right next to each other, which is why I like to have a couple live events a year, so the team always gets together. And I think that makes a difference with everything we do every single day. And I can't tell you well enough how important that is. So I want to thank everybody on the call tonight. Couple things. We have the marketing journal coming out. If that's something you'd ever want to be part of and take a look at, you need to connect with us. The best way to connect with us is we'll have links, but first of all, register for this show, right? And then you'll have ways to connect with us. Secondly, we will be at the Zumba show, have places for you to go if you're an author and you're like, yep, I do a lot of marketing. I'd love to be part of the marketing journal. I'd love to be part of the Latin journal, the women's journal, whatever it is. We'll make sure there's a link there that you can just use specifically so you can get yourself in that queue. The other thing too is being here and showing up, because I can see who the comments are from. So I can just scroll back and go, wow, I didn't see you at all, right? If you're that interested, if you want to be that part of it, then be part of the team and show up. It's always about showing up. We've talked about this. I spent a lot of time with T. Harv Eker for years and years and years. And it's always, always, always about showing up. Because every time you show up, we know you're there. We know what you can do. And we know that you're about being a team. It's not about one thing. It's about everything. And we know what Harv used to say, and I won't do it right now because you've heard it a million times. But so make sure that you register for the Zumba event. It's going to be virtual and live out of Miami. It's a whole day event. We have some of the top speakers on the planet. We have some of the, I can't even tell you. So it's just going to be great. We're going to launch the Latin Journal, the second edition of the Women's Journal, and so much more. Our Miami edition will be doing a ribbon cutting. There's so much going on. It's going to be way too much fun. With that being said, I'm going to bring back our co-host or hosts. There we go. Mr. Jeff. Jeff, this has been, it's been a great day because there's a lot of education and information. There's stuff to learn. I think sometimes, when they go, it's a marketing, it's going to all be marketing is so much like Dean did. I knew Dean goes wherever he wants to go because look what he's done in his life. Look what he's created. But it's about that. When he said that care part, I was like, that's it. That's it. That's everything. That's marketing. That's leadership. That's everything.
And that's everything I've gotten with you too. Like you say, two mentors, 3 coaches, 1 mastermind. And I've been working with you now for the last 18 months, going on 2 years. And the profound impact that you have brought into my life through being my mentor and now my business partner in what we're doing together in that aspect. And you brought in people like Mary and Joseph and so many amazing people. And so I thank you from the bottom of my heart there for everything that you do as an amazing mentor and coach. And, guys, if you wanted to come and play with us, you definitely need to come talk to Michael because he's one of the best in the business. He has such a heart that cares for you. And you really become part of the family. Like when I got to, America just last November, Michael shouted us out dinner at one of his favorite restaurants that he grew up as a kid. My wife got to meet Michael and we just felt like part of the family straight away. So Michael, thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, no, thank you too. And I look forward to the rest of the show. It's going to be great. There's another gentleman upcoming pretty soon that actually is going to come visit us in Miami. So when we're down there, so that's going to be awesome. And Jeff, thank you for everything that you do. You and Jenny really bringing the power to this event tonight and just continue on. And I'm going to leave it over to you.
Thank you, Michael. Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to bring up another gentleman. You did see him. He's got an article in our new marketing journal that we're about to launch. So let me bring up Adam Ginsberg to the stage. Adam, before we get started, mate, I'd just like to do a quick introduction because I know who you are, but your audience probably doesn't know. So today we're welcomed here with a seasoned entrepreneur with decades of experience helping people build and grow online businesses. Adam Ginsberg is the founder and the CEO of Internet Mastery, one of the most recognized trading platforms for e-commerce and Amazon business growth, empowering entrepreneurs around the world like me and you and everybody between with strategies for online success. Over the years, he said stages and insights along some of the industry icons, authored multiple books and guided thousands of sellers and business owners towards scalable growth and financial confidence. Adam, it's a pleasure to actually do this interview and host this one with you, mate. I know we've had a couple of offline conversations with our friend Mary, but it's absolutely amazing to meet you today.
Well, Jeff, thanks so much for being here. I mean, I've actually been in the green room watching for a while, and just the topics that Michael was just sharing and what you were talking about with AI, I think it's so relevant for the audience Just you bringing this to the forefront is phenomenal. I think about my experience, and I've known Mary for 2 decades now, and Joseph, and you've assembled such an incredible group of people that I think people who are watching for the first time and being introduced to them don't know how powerful they really are. So I'm grateful to be here with you. I'm excited to talk with you about marketing and answer whatever questions you have, and jump right in.
Let's get into it. So I've been watching you for a little from afar. You probably don't know that now. And I've been an internet marketer myself since 2009. You know, like I've been mentored by Ryan Dyson, a few other people in that space. Mm-hmm. And in 2017, I got introduced by a name of Anthony Morrison, sorry. And I jumped into his e-commerce success. And it was very early on in the drop shipping sort of business model. And I applied what he taught me in that space, and I did $1.6 million in 4 months.
Wow!
Off of that. How have you seen internet marketing transform everyday entrepreneurs' lives and give them access to online income streams to be able to help them to go live the laptop lifestyle, really?
Right. Well, first of all, let me say one of the things I love about it is that almost anyone can do it. Right. And we can't make income claims or promises, but we can say that if someone's open and coachable and willing to follow a duplicatable system, they can do it regardless of their background or their education or even how much money they have. So I think that what it does is it opens up the opportunity for just about anybody. I started in internet marketing just around 2001, selling on eBay. And from 2001 to 2004, I sold $20 million on eBay. And so I started teaching people about the whole e-commerce, eBay opportunity. But the whole world has evolved, right? Like if you think back then, there were no digital cameras, there was no PayPal, your cell phone was the size of your shoe, right? So
even when
the whole world has changed. Exactly. So, we went from eBay to affiliate marketing, to drop shipping, to Amazon, to AI. And I think the most important aspect is that people have to be open to change. One of the things you said in this last segment about AI, which I thought was so important for people to hear, is just how rapidly it's changing. Right. So if somebody's going to want to get into the e-commerce space, they have to buy into e-commerce and not buy into the entryway that they're buying into. So you started with the drop shipping and affiliate marketing with Adrian, but or Anthony, but the world has changed and is changing so fast that if you're not willing to change with the times, then you end up with a box of rocks, and it just doesn't work anymore. So I think everyone can do it, but you have to be open to the possibility.
It's a very valid point, because what I did back in 2016 and 17 doesn't really work today. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Things evolve very, very quickly. So, you've been, a pioneer in this space for almost 3 decades.
Don't say that. That pains me. I started in my first internet company. This was so depressing, Jeff, in 1996. And I realized that's actually 3 decades ago.
Wow. Goes fast.
I started at 6, so it wasn't bad. No, it's amazing. Yes, I've been fortunate enough. Yeah.
How is mastering marketing like the mastery of it all, right? Because they say 10,000 hours to get to that mastery level.
Yes.
I think with your experience, we probably have almost like 10 million hours. But how has mastering a skill like marketing transformed your life?
Well, the ability to transform into other things that come from the marketing, right? So my background before the internet was in direct sales. So when I started on the internet, my goal was just to transform my in-person sales experience to using the internet as my medium. So if we're becoming an expert or a master at marketing, that gives us the ability to excel in every form. So whether it's AI or whether it's e-com or whether it's affiliate marketing, it all applies and it all moves it forward. So that's a base skill that you can use in every aspect of making money.
Well, let's dive deeper in here to the skill set here, right? Because I think there are fundamentals when it comes to marketing. Like for me, learning the law of buy-in, that John Maxwell talks about, has really helped me with my own marketing, understanding the buy-in psychology. What would you say are like some of the fundamental foundational skills that our audience, if they're just getting started in the online marketing space, what are some of the skills that they need to learn?
I think it's a great question. For me, my experience, just so you know, is working with people that are just starting. So I'm not the go-to guy to get you from 2 million to 10 million. I'm going to get you from $2 to $1 million. So I think the very first step to remember when you're selling something online is that you're not selling to you. And too often people want to sell what they're passionate about, what they're excited about, what they like. But the reality is you don't have to like it. You just have to find something that someone wants to buy and is willing to give you their money for it. And so if you can remove yourself from that equation and your emotion around it, people say to me, but I'm passionate about this. And I get it, but your passion doesn't pay your bills. Money pays your bills. And the more money you have, the more passionate you'll become. So don't worry so much about finding things you like to sell. Find things that people want to buy. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is to stay away from the hottest trends, because by the time you figure out what the hottest trend is, it's not the hottest trend anymore. So if we can find products to sell online that are staples that people buy consistently over time, I think we're going to have more success. And I think that
we move on to the next point too. I think I just echo that point. My success that I had early on was selling the stuffed toy elephant of all things.
There you go.
It became a trend, but I was the trendsetter, and
exactly.
So, definitely wanting to make sure you find those products that can help you to become the trendsetter, not just follow the trends. I totally agree.
I love that. And, when I started, I was selling pool tables, or billiard tables is what they're called where you're from, right? So, so they weigh 1,000 pounds, and, we have to ship them. And, it was a mess, right? But what I just
logistical nightmare.
it was a logistical nightmare, right? So what I discovered from that process, though, over the years, is that the best selling products are the ones that are consumable. So it takes just as amount of effort for me to sell a bottle of, omega-3 or vitamin D as it does for you to sell a stuffed elephant. But they're going to buy that omega every single month. They're only going to buy the stuffed elephant once. And that took me a really long time to figure out. But once I dialed that in, and of course, products that are lightweight and easier to ship, but that's just for my own personal, experience. If we could find product that people want, that are in demand, that people are interested in, combine that with a product that is consumable. And by the way, it doesn't have to be a physical product. It could be a newsletter. It could be a membership site, right? It could be something that doesn't require any deliverability at all, but a trend or a topic that people are willing to be part of. And here's the best part, in the last, I'm going to call it 2 decades because I feel younger that way. But even since you started, about a decade ago, the technology, and let's just forget the AI for just a minute. The technology now has never been better to making it more simple for people to get started. At the same time, I'll say this, because you brought this up in the last segment about AI, and whether it's ChatGPT or Gemini, you have to know what to feed it.
Yes, sir.
So as simple as the technology is for me and maybe for you, I work with a lot of people that when I say are technologically challenged, I mean have trouble copying and pasting, literally. Yeah. So it's not just about the technology and knowing how to use it. It's having a coach or a mentor. Michael was just talking about that. And if you have somebody that can guide you and help you, that's invaluable. That's almost worth more than the technology itself. Somebody that can speed up your learning curve. In the beginning, I know mentors cost more money, but in the long run, mistakes will always cost you more money. So if you can find a product that people want to buy and combine it with having a mentor of someone showing you how to utilize it, now I think you have a 1-2 combination that's really powerful.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. So I love to always just sort of dig into the, the insights of this conversation around the future of marketing too. it's a very valid conversation right now.
Yeah.
There are so many different platforms with social, with Facebook, with LinkedIn, with TikTok, and you've got so many notable authorities on each platform.
Yes.
I've heard of a new one that's called Substack as well that's come out now. Where do you see, like, it's becoming a very noisy world, especially with AI now, people getting access to be able to make things simpler. But those, there was a comment made, those of us who partner with AI to really take things to the next level will rise above the noise. But where do you see the future of all of this going, and how can we cut through this very noisy world?
Yeah, I think that your guests earlier said this. I'm going to say the same thing, but just a little bit differently. And that is that I don't think that AI is going to replace us, but AI will replace the people that don't embrace the AI. The people that embrace the AI, I should say, will replace the people who don't embrace the AI. It won't be the AI that does the replacing. It'll be us that embrace it, that replace it. It was a little wordy, but I hope that made sense. I think that, here's what I think. I think AI right now is the worst it will ever be in the history of the world. It won't get any worse. It's only going to get better. And so we have to be willing to evolve. I mean, one of the things for me, I've been a ChatGPT adopter since the very beginning, and it knows so much about me that I have trouble using Gemini, for example, because I have to retrain the entire algorithm to get it to know me. But
I'm the same. People want me to use Claude, but it's like, I don't want to use Claude because I have to retrain Claude.
Exactly. That becomes the problem. I don't think necessarily that that we're going to have to. I think ChatGPT is going to be around. I think Gemini is going to be around. Of course, there's going to be some that will be around that haven't been created yet. But I think the most important thing is to be okay with the change. As I was saying earlier, okay with the change. If you know how to use one, you know how to use both, right? So if I know how to use ChatGPT, for the most part, I know how to use Gemini. Yeah. We look at, like, for example, Nano Banana. I'm sure you've been utilizing that. It's absolutely incredible. It didn't exist a year ago.
No.
And it's life-changing for someone in marketing.
I've been able to actually put myself up, on a photo with, Hollywood stars, actually on Hollywood Boulevard. And like, unless you know the little signals, like the watermark at the bottom right-hand corner, you wouldn't be able to tell that it's not real or fake.
You would not. In fact, one of the things, and just think about this, it's as bad as it's ever going to get right now. So a year or 2 or 3 years from now, it will be indistinguishable. I do a lot of advertising on Facebook. So I have Internet Mastery, and then I also own a telehealth longevity clinic, and we do a lot of peptides and hormones. So I run a lot of ads that are AI generated. And these AI generated, the UGC ads now, you just give it a script, you tell it what you want it to say, and you tell it what you want the B-roll to be. And if you're not sure, you ask ChatGPT and it will write the script for you. So you don't even have to be creative anymore. Yeah. You plug that in.
I just wrote my first book. I just wrote my first book using AI. But it was like not totally using AI. I had a conversation back and forth, and it helped me bring the structure and all to it, and the stories.
And that's the whole point, right? So you still have to be part of that. We were talking about that with the taxes earlier, right? That it's not going to replace tax returns because you still have to know what all that stuff means, but it's going to help smooth it out a little bit. So in terms of these videos, right now, I think it's still distinguishable. If you go on Facebook, you know that video is made with AI. But give that 2 or 3 years from now. I mean, look at where it's come in the last 18 months. Yeah, give that a year or 2 or 3. So a small business owner that's in the real estate space, a small business owner that has a social media presence has got to have AI integrated in it. My wife and I were in Orlando. Yeah, go ahead.
My friends Bruno and Stacey here, they're actually commenting on the board. They're actually teaching real estate agents how to leverage AI because they've found a niche for them. These real estate agents need to know how to leverage this amazing tool. And so they've created a whole business out of it just by doing that.
My wife and I were in Orlando this last weekend for a wedding. She needed to get her hair done on Sunday. The salon opened at 11. So she sent him a message on Instagram at 9:30. and she chatted with an AI agent who was able to schedule her an appointment for 12:30. It wasn't open, but the AI agent booked the appointment for her during off hours. And if she had contacted a different place to get her hair done that didn't have AI, she would have just moved on to the next one. So the understanding of where it's at, knowing that you have to figure out how to integrate it into your niche is really important. But let's can we take a quick step back for just a minute? Do we have a few minutes?
Yeah, of course.
So-
We've got about probably 12 minutes left.
Great. That's great for existing business owners. But I like talking about the people that are not in business right now. So if somebody's watching and, we got a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world, there's an opportunity in this economy right now to create a home business and make money, get some good tax benefits, and be able to take advantage of where we're at. There's 150 million, 160 million prime buyers in America now. So selling on Amazon has never been better in terms of an opportunity. Taking advantage of AI and starting a business related to AI, whether you open an agency, whether you help people, help small businesses, there are so many opportunities to make money today online that weren't available 10 years ago or 20 years ago. When I started on eBay, everything was about selling stuff from your closet.
So I know marketing at the end of the day, right? It's a connection. It's about putting the right product in front of the right people at the right time.
Yes.
And in this world of AI too, I want to tackle this side of the conversation because it's very relevant to Marketing Summit. At the end of the day, what we're talking about here is creating trust, which is connection. So in a world that, where so much fake content can be created now, how do we keep that trust connection element without losing the trust with our audience?
I think we need to combine, if we're going to add AI in, to a human touch. So there's a bagel store near my house. I call them and the lady answers the phone and she's all AI. And you give her your order and but then there's if you'd like to customize anything and speak to a human, press 1. And it goes straight to a human. So I think that the ability to have the human interaction is so important. I don't know about you, but when I call businesses and I can't get a human and it's press 1, press 3.
I'm frustrated.
I'm in this endless loop where I want to, just go find another vendor. So having that human touch is really important. And one of the things I think that's going to happen is the more we move into AI, the more the human touch becomes important. Let me give you an example. I was just at an in-person seminar last Saturday. There were almost 4,000 people in attendance. And up until 2020, every event I ever did was in person. Well, then everything, because of the pandemic, went to virtual like this. But there's such a clamoring for people to want to be together in person because they weren't together in person for so long. And so the more we move towards AI, I think it will automate a lot of the menial day-to-day tasks, but I think we have to keep the human element. We have to.
And let's unpack that. Ryan Dice talks about creating human-to-human marketing, right? So basically, I coin heart-to-heart connection with our marketing, and
it's important.
Keeping the human in the loop, because at the end of the day, marketing over the last century, it's evolved. The tools evolved. It's changed. It's we've gone from the megaphone, from the newspaper boys, standing on top of the box, the soapbox, saying here, to the radio, to the TV, to the social, to where we are now. But the one thing that hasn't changed is us humans.
That's right.
The way that we connect with each other and the way that we react and respond with each other. Look, at the end of the day, we're all walking, talking skin bags full of human emotion. And so how do you get into how do you help your people understand that? Because I think that's an important skill to develop, especially to become any really good internet marketer. How do you help your people to understand the buy-in psychology and the marketing psychology of this conversation?
So we look and focus on products that people want and need on an everyday basis, and being in touch with that reality. And again, not looking for the next greatest thing, but for the things that people want now, wanted yesterday, wanted last month, and wanted last year. And I think that when you focus on products like that, they're going to still be you're going to need toothpaste next week. You're going to need shampoo a month or 2 or 3 from now. Like, there are just certain things that they're not sexy. You know, who wants to sell toothpaste or shampoo? But I'm happy to take your money if you want to buy toothpaste from me. So as long as we're focused on those everyday products, I think that really helps. You know, when we think about Amazon, for example, Amazon's a very unique marketplace other than Walmart, other than eBay or Etsy or Shopify, because of the prime buyers, where product can be purchased today and delivered today, or purchased today and delivered tomorrow. That in and of itself keeps the human element in play. Because I want things now. I'm a human. When I buy something, I'll pay $1.50 more if I can get it today or tomorrow than if I have to wait a week to get it, which is what the fulfillment by Amazon system is all about. So from a human to human perspective, the faster I can get my inventory delivered to, or my purchase delivered to me, the more it seems like there's human interaction there, even if there's not.
Well, I'm starting to see now in my circle that, you know, good old fashioned, I don't know what's old fashioned because it never should be, but good old fashioned customer service. Like, it's starting to be paramount. That's what's separating everybody else out from everybody else.
Absolutely.
You know, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So if you could distill your entire message, like your entire, you know, conversation about what you're about into one principle that everyone could commit to, what would that be?
I think, can I give you 2?
Yeah, why not? I'll be generous.
All right, let me give you 2. One, I wrote a book called Outside Influences, Catalytic Concepts for Understanding How Life Really Works. And the concept of this book is that in life, you don't control anything. And as soon as you realize you don't control anything, you recognize you control everything. We've all been at the right place at the right time and missed it. And if we know what we missed, then the next time we're in front of it, we don't miss it again. And if we combine that with what sounds like a counterintuitive concept, but really works in synergy, is this: it's never about the bus. It's always about the bus driver. So we can blame other people, we can blame situations, but if we can take accountability and responsibility for what we do and move that forward, you know, when we fail, we blame everyone else. When we succeed, we take the credit. But at the end of the day, we're still the ones making the decision. So I learned a long time ago, and I share this in every event that I do, and that is that my responsibility as a coach and a mentor is simply to make suggestions. That's it. All I can do is advise you on what I think is best. But you have to, and if you're watching, you have to make the decision as to what's best for you. And if you make the right decision, you accept the reward. And if you don't make the right decision, you learn from it and make another decision. So I don't know if that's the answer to the question you're looking for, but those are the philosophies that we go by.
I love that. And for someone who's in our audience is just getting started, because I love that you work with, you know, the newbies. You know, for someone who feels stuck, what's the first practical step you would have them take this week?
If it was me and I was giving someone advice, can I like promote myself for a minute? Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, as long as we're not, you know, doing a hard sell or anything like that. But yeah, why not?
There's no absolutely no hard sell. It's we have this 5-day Amazon challenge. It's $1. People are welcome to come and hang out with me for 5 days. It's all live, and we just show them step by step what to do. But I think that as a generalization, a general rule, I hope that wasn't too hard of a sell. As a general rule, I think the first thing to do is to decide. You have to decide that you want to make a change, because if you don't change, then nothing changes. And if you don't decide you want to make a change, then everything is going to stay the same. 6 months from now, you're going to be in the same financial position you're in today, but you'll be 6 months older. So you have to make a decision that you want to move forward, whether it's with an Amazon business, whether it's with AI, whether it's with real estate. I don't have a an opinion on which one is better, because everyone is different for everyone, and everyone can do everything if they wanted to. And I believe in unlimited human potential. So I don't think any one way is any better way. You just have to decide which path you want to go down and then focus on that.
What they say, saying the best time to plant a tree was 40 years ago. The second best time to do it is now.
That's right.
I like to, like when I think about marketing, I also think about branding. Branding is the story people talk about you when you're not in the room.
Yes.
So let's wrap this conversation up. We've got 2 minutes before we move on to the next segment. How do you want to be remembered as a mentor or a business leader? How would you like people to remember you when you're no longer here?
Wow, that's a very interesting question. I would like to be remembered as someone who cared, as someone who gave a lot, as someone who was inspirational, even though I don't feel like I'm a motivational type of person. Someone who cares. I want to be remembered as a great parent and a great spouse, and ultimately someone who just gave more than they received.
Yeah. And I definitely get that vibration and that message from you, Adam. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here and share from your heart and service. I look forward to another interview with you down the road. And as I said, we've also, for everybody who's watching and tuning in, if you're just tuning in, we're about to launch the Los Angeles Tribune Marketing Journal. And Adam Ginsberg has an article in that as well. So, Adam, thank you very much for your contribution. We're going to go now, and we'll come back up with our next speaker after this.
I appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, today we are welcomed here by John Lee. He's an international recognized entrepreneur, investor, mentor, AI leader, speaker, and bestseller author from out of Singapore with over many 20, I'll get my tongue tied. Thank God this is recording. Start again.
Actually, I'm actually based in London. I'm from London, but I'm in Singapore right now.
Okay, so you're based in London.
I'm actually, UK.
Okay, that's
London,
a correction.
Yeah.
7-figure businesses. He now advises entrepreneurs and business leaders on scaling in the digital economy in the new world and works with senior executives, personal athletes, and high-end profiles and individuals on long-term wealth strategy and business growth. He's an active investor. John holds a diverse portfolio across leading technology-driven companies and emerging ventures. And John's mission is focused on helping individuals and organizations build financial independence through strong brand leadership and sustainable business models. So please welcome to the stage and welcome John Lee. John, I'm really looking forward to this conversation today and getting into it and learning all things marketing.
Well, first of all, Jeff, thank you for that incredible introduction. Can you do my introductions all the time?
Why not?
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
No, thank you. And where I'd like to start here is I like to ground it a little bit. And I actually did a summit, last year. It was called the Story Selling Summit. And I think stories are a brilliant way to market ourselves. So in 2 minutes or less, I'd love you just to share a little bit more about your story and get into the depth of it a little bit. And then we'll unpack some of the strategies and the landscape of marketing for today.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I started working in my mum's takeaway as a dishwasher. And then from there, I went to university. I got a degree in animation because, I didn't do so well in school. So the only thing I could get a degree in is, okay, if I can learn to draw and if I can learn about TV and film, then I started working for games companies like EA Games, Criterion, Black and White. And then from there, I got into, again, more films. And then I got into real estate. Okay. And I remember, I was on a £36,000 salary, and I was like, God, there's got to be a better way to make money. So then I thought, why don't I just buy a house and then sell it? And then I just make my year's salary and I can take the rest of the year off. And of course, that's what I started to do. And then from there, my friends kept asking me, well, John, how do you do this stuff? And so then I would, every day I would go for coffee with people, and I'd be teaching them, okay, if you want to do real estate, you do this, 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 and this. And I would teach them the things I do online, and, specifically, how do we market? How do we use, organic marketing, paid marketing, social marketing? How do we use, referral marketing? How do we use affiliate type marketing? So all these different things I started to learn. And of course, when I got into real estate, I made my first million at 27. And so from then on, people kept asking me all these questions. And then that's when I got into social media. And I'll do social media for a long time. And what I didn't realize was that social is such an incredible way to get your message out to the world, and it's free. And so, I remember for a long time I was putting out all these videos, and, none of them were hitting. And until one day I made this video called The 10 Habits of Self-Made Millionaires. And what I realized is, in a video, if you have different steps, it forces people to watch all the different steps, and therefore it gives you more watch time. The more watch time you have, the more distribution you get. And then almost overnight, I built 1 million followers overnight. So it was like flat for a long time, and it was like, poof, and then kind of figured out that formula. And so now, again, I have a lot of people that say to me, John, can you teach me how to do this? So then I would sit down for coffee with them, and then I'll go, run events, and then they'd come to my office, and it went from like 5 people to 10 people, 20 people, and it got so much that I had to hire hotels. And then it was like 100 people, then 200 people, then 1,000 people, then 10,000 people. And so it just kind of evolved from that. And what I realized, Jeff, was that the more talks I did, the more businesses I got to invest in. I thought, wow, this is an incredible ecosystem. And so that's how my kind of story was created. And now I have a book called Money Unlocked, which has been published by Hay House and Penguin. And it's really all about how do we take what we know and how do we unlock that thing inside of us that can now really help people create more impact and create more income.
Well, you mentioned a statement there. People kept coming to you and asking you, how do I do this? And so I think that's probably a good segue. How do we do this, John? Like, how do we go, leverage social media in today's world? Because it's a different beast to what it was in 2009 to what it is in 2026. So, it's a very noisy place today, right? So how do we cut through the noise, and how do we, grab people's attention on social media today?
Well, I'm not sure. Am I allowed to share the screen here, like to show people some examples, or like, would that work? Is there a way to do that? Because I like to show some examples, but if not, I guess I can do it on my phone.
You should be able to go down and hit the square sheet button. Yeah.
Okay. So if I kind of share this screen, right? I want to share my share screen. Okay. And I want to share my Instagram, right? So can you see my Instagram page?
Let me bring it up. There we go.
Yeah. So what you want to do is there's a search bar here, and if you go to the search bar, you can type in any field that you want. So let's say you want to type in, how to overcome procrastination or motivation. You can literally type it in, all those videos will come up. And what you want to do is you want to start using this Reels format here. So if I click on this one, right? So this is my profile, and I want to go to Insights. And in Insights, you're going to see that this video got 3.3 million views, but it only showed to 26.8% of my followers. Actually, what you want is you want to have non-followers. I don't want my followers to see my stuff. I want new people to see my stuff, because marketing is all about exposure, isn't it? All right.
Yeah.
So 73% of people actually, when they started watching this, are not my followers, right? So the key to this is to make sure you're posting content on a regular basis. So for example, this one got like 3 million views, 1 million views, 5.1 million views, 3,000 views, right? 7,000, 8,000, 5,000, 5,000, 6,000, 22,000, 9,000, 8,000. So it's not that many views, but here's the secret, Jeff. When all these views compound, right? So if I just say to all of you right now, just make a post every single day, 30 minutes to 1 minute. Sorry, 30 seconds to 60 seconds, right? So if you can average, let's say 5,000 views, a day, times that by 365, you now get 1.82 million views, right? Now, unfortunately, when you watch a video, the most important thing you got to pay attention to is what we call the trial reels format. Because when you say, John, how do you do it? I actually don't know what's going to work until I do it, right? So now there's a way. Yeah. So now there's a way to make a post on social media to not show, you deliberately do not want to show your followers. You want to show it to Instagram billions of followers. So for example, if I come onto my trial reels, right, these are kind of the videos that I'm posting, right? So every day I'm posting multiple videos on here and I'm seeing which ones convert, right? So let's say, like if you look at these videos here, they're only getting like, 100 views, 200 views, right? Can you see?
Yeah, I can see them. Yep.
But then if you look at that one, can you see? That one's got 24,000 views, 165,000 views, 1.1 million views, right?
Right.
So what's the difference between the bottom 3 videos and the top 3 videos? So what I do is I analyze, and there's something on these videos that's called a retention curve. So when you go through these videos here, you can see it's short to 99% non-followers, right? But if I scroll down, you're going to see a retention curve like that. Here's the secret, right? If I scroll and you can see the first 3 seconds, right? So 1, 2, 3, there's 51% people watched it, right? And that's why it got 1.1 million views. So what that means is you need to optimize your video for the first 3 seconds. And if you can do that, you get millions of views. And here's the thing. In marketing, what's the point in marketing? Well, we only market for 3 reasons. 1 is to create a brand. 2, to generate leads, and 3, to be able to monetize, right? So if I look at the word monetize, like sales, like if that's money, what's the step before it? Well, deals, right? Like I need clients, I need contracts, I need deals to be able to make money, right? But if I go one more step back, I need to have the leads. Now, Jeff, I don't know if you've realized, if you write the word deals, DEALS, if you reorder the words, it spells leads, LEADS. Right? So that means if we want to get the deals, we need to get the leads. But if you want to get the leads, you need to get the views. Right? So this is how the formula works. And so my job is to create as much, because you have to realize, all these companies right now have to realize what companies they're in or what business they're in. They're not, if like I was with a lot of accountants and lawyers and doctors, and I say to them, you're not a law firm, you're a media company.
Yeah,
right. Most of these companies now have to realize you're now in the media business, social media, right, print media, right. All these things, they play a big part, because why? We want the awareness. Awareness times attention equals income, and so that's how you unlock money. You unlock it by being everywhere.
And look, I've been a social media marketer myself since 2009. I've made millions of dollars off the back of Facebook marketing and all that sort of thing. And I'm now starting to see a shift from, offline print media, billboards and that sort of, TV ads, and especially in Asia, right? A lot of big companies now are investing quite heavily into influencer type marketing because they realize that's where, people are. Everybody's got a phone now, and everybody's on here scrolling along. So this is like the TV of the 1950s, and our social media. But I've always loved to ask this question because I always get different answers. Where's the best place to play at the moment? Like I see that you're on Instagram. Gary Vandertuck talks about TikTok, and he talks about Substack and all of that. Where would you say is the best place to play now?
So the best place is omnipresence.
I love that answer.
Right. So like, here's the thing, like you've got to be everywhere.
Yes.
I'll give an example. So I can post the same video. Let me go and share the screen again. So I'll share the screen and let me share the Facebook. Okay. So this is the Facebook tab. So if you want to bring that up. So this one, if I click on like this post here, forget ChatGPT, right? I want you to look at the stats on this. This one only had 1 million views, right? but 7,500 people like the post. Now, why is likes important? Because anyone who likes the post, you can now retarget. But it also had 20,000 comments almost.
Yeah.
Right? So the way we play the game now, Jeff, is we're going to put a lot of organic content, find the ones that work, and then we run ads against that content. So we're not guessing if it's going to work or not. It's guaranteed to work because it's already worked. We're just basically putting fuel on the fire. Right? That's step number one. Step number two is, okay, now that we know how many people have interacted with it, we now look at behavior marketing. So when we're marketing something, we want to position it in the right way. If you look at someone like, let's take Red Bull. If I say Red Bull to you, what do you think about?
Give me wings. It's an energy drink. Yeah.
Energy, right? Energy drinks never existed before.
No.
They never existed before. But now they do, right? Because Red Bull said they was, right? Because they were just like any other drink. When we're branding ourselves, we have to make sure that we are not branding, we're actually positioning ourselves, right? When's the last time you saw a Rolls-Royce advert?
Good question.
Right? Do you know the only time you see a Rolls-Royce? When it's parked next to a Gulfstream $50 million jet. So now the Rolls-Royce seems like, oh, you know what? I'll bought the jet. I'll just take that as well. $500,000 car.
Yeah.
Right? So it's the positioning of our products and services that make it valuable. And a lot of people don't realize this. It's marketing is not just for lead generation, it's also for positioning your product or service. For example, when I coach a lot of celebrities and public figures and CEOs of companies, that's a positioning tool.
Right? What I'm picking up though is more branding conversation than positioning, right? Because the statement is if you get good at marketing, you'll make $1 million, but if you get good at branding, you'll make $1 billion. And so you're using marketing, the channels and social, all that. But this is more of a branding conversation, is it not? No, but
I'll give you an example. Why do I write a book, right? By the way, do you think the book's going to make me a lot of money? Not really.
No, it's a loss leader.
Because anyone who's in a publishing deal, unless you're like J.K. Rowling or unless you're you got films and things like this, it's different.
It's content. It's out there. Right. People engaging in it. They're consuming it. Yeah.
Right. So if you noticed all my content recently, it's all about AI, right? So I'm positioning myself as even though my background's in real estate, right? So when we're positioning when we think about, I'll give an example. I was just in Sydney, right? So I just flew from Sydney. I'm currently here in Singapore right now. I'll be flying back to London. So we just had a person reach out and say, oh, I heard John's keynote at the 1 Billion Summit in Dubai, because prior to Sydney, I was in Dubai, right? So my keynote was in Dubai. It got seen by 120,000 people. Right. My keynote was specifically on social media and AI stuck together, positioned as not using it, but monetizing it for business. So one of those people saw me. Then she said, John, I know you're coming to Sydney. I want to come and see you. But we sold out. So she couldn't attend. So then she spoke to Fran. You just met Fran a second ago, who's my business development. And now they're going to pay me a very large keynote fee to go and speak in front of their audience of thousands. They're the top real estate company in Sydney. Right. Now, that's a branding force positioning. What is the positioning? So here's the thing. If you're going to market, you may as well recruit.
Yes.
Right. And what I mean by that is the reason I wrote the book is for positioning, because CEOs of companies will read that and then they'll get me into the boardroom. Then I'll be speaking in the boardroom and they go, wow, this guy sounds really good. Let's give him a board seat. Right. So actually, there's a company going public in October that I've been advising for the last 8 years. So they're going to work for about 100 million. And in return, I get shares in that company, right? For that. So the key to this is when you position yourself. I'm not positioning myself as a social media guru or an internet marketer. I'm positioning myself as an equity advisor in a company for growth and scale. Therefore, I get a lot of allocation.
So you're leveraging marketing more as a tool than anything else in your strategy, in your game plan, to lead from awareness to engagement to leads to sales and the ultimate in that space, right? Because a lot of people here and struggle in the social media land is they just focus on the views and the metrics, and they don't focus on the strategy and the back end of it, and they end up just getting frustrated with what I call vanity metrics. You're getting the likes, there's no substance and actually conversion. I'd love you to dive in and talk a bit more about how do we take from traffic into sales.
So I use a formula called the 3 C's, right? CCC, content, call to action, conversion. So again, I guess I'll demonstrate this so you can see a good, example of this. So if I go back to my Facebook, right? By the way, Facebook, believe it or not, is one of the best.
There are 3 AI tools.
So all I do is I just create a lot of content, right? And my team just posts the content. So this one was posted like 15 hours ago, and it's got 37 comments, right? And what I do is I do content, and then I do a call to action. So I'll talk about something, and then I'll say, if you want to learn more, comment the word AI into the comments, and I'll use AI to send them a link automatically. So this one hit 37 comments. This one 306 comments, right? And what I'm looking for is an outlier, right? An outlier, which means it's got a lot of comments, but compared to everything else, that's 88 comments. This one 39. Okay, this one got 1, so that wasn't great, right? 409, 129. 235, right? 44, 18, 5, 646.
To clarify, this is all organic marketing, right? You're not putting any money behind organic.
Okay. Yeah. So this one, you see, is an outlier. It's got over 1,000 comments. So this one I'm going to take, and then I'm going to keep. Now I'm going to run a boost on the back of that.
Right. Okay.
Right. So again, 11 shares. 3, right?
So
Again,
you
almost
let the algorithm test the post, and then once you've got an outlier and a winner, you go and just you put a little bit more energy behind it, a little bit more fuel behind it, and away we go.
Yeah, because then my cost per lead goes from $15 a lead to like $3 a lead now. Right? So actually, a lot of people who spend millions of dollars on marketing, you should always be like, there's 4 parts to it. The first part is to do organic, to figure out what works. Then we run ad spend on the back of that, and then we want to aim for like a 3 or 5 times return on ad spend, also known as ROAS in marketing terms. And then we have the partnership revenue. Now, this is what a lot of people don't understand. By doing the top 2, we then get the third one, which talks about strategic alliance. So what is strategic alliance? It's someone who has the same audience as you, but they are not in direct competition with you.
Yeah.
Right? So, for example,
circle of influence with each other, and we can start to do that overlap.
Yeah, it's like, my daughter and I have a strategic alliance. She loves pizza. We were in Italy. She's like, Daddy, I want to go have pizza. So she eats the middle of the pizza, and the crust, she throws the crust, and I eat the crust because I love the crust. Right? Yeah. So we have a strategic alliance. We don't want both the pizza or both the crust. So we want to look for who wants the pizza and who wants the crust. Right? And so that's what I'm always looking for. So I'll give you a good example. So mindset, right? So a lot of people in the health mindset, it shouldn't work with a business audience, but for some reason it does. So I go and speak to a health audience because I know that they have a different mindset. But a lot of these people in health and optimization and people who are like monitoring their sleep, they're high performers.
Yeah.
So, but a lot of these high performers also have business. So when I go and do a talk there, naturally they're CEOs of companies, which then now come into my ecosphere for me to go and my business model is really simple. I do keynotes, I put all the media stuff out there. They then, either read my book or they contact me somehow, or they watch some training, because you ask, how do you actually monetize? So there's 3 formats that I use that work really well. Number 1, I have like what we call a VSL, a video sales letter.
Yep.
So I'll give an example. I'll show you a good example of this. If you go to my website, johnlee.com, actually, I'll show you one second. So my website, johnlee.com, right? So you come here, you look at events, you go, okay, what can I learn more? So this here, if I click play on this is like a 1 hour VSL, right? It's a training. So people can now come here, if I click play, and then they can consume all the content, right? So I don't have to be there. So it kind of does the job for me, right? So they'll either watch that. The second way they do it is we'll put longer form pieces of content and say, hey, you know what? If you want to learn more, leave your details below, and then my team will call them. We'll see where they are. So we'll do like a quick 10, 15 minute call to see where they are. And then if we feel they're right, then we book in another call to see how else we can support them. So we have that.
I follow a lot of Frank Kern stuff, and he does something very similar to that space.
Yeah, so I was with Frank in San Diego, because it must have been about 6 years ago. Smart guy, really smart guy. Yeah. So he actually had me do a few keynotes to his community actually.
Yeah, right.
So and then the third way to do it, which is probably I think the most powerful way to do it, is to run a live event. Right.
Yes.
So when you're in person, why live event? Because with the growth of AI, there's the new currency this year in 2026, Jeff, is people can write this down. It is collaboration, connection, and community. These are the three things that will allow you to trump all, because again, you're all learning marketing, but actually all of you here today, you want to learn about how do we put that into a community when everybody comes together? When you have a community, connected.
Yeah, and that's a really big, powerful thing, especially what's going there, Vaneko. Okay, it's gone. That's a really powerful, statement you just made there, because like in a world where social media, like we're more connected than ever, we're actually more disconnected than ever. So the ones that can actually come in there and create community and create sense of belonging and connection, I believe are going to be the ones who win the game moving forward. So what are some of your strategies there to help people feel seen, heard, valued, and create community where people feel like they belong?
So there's a concept called parasocial interaction. So what it means is you do one to many, but it feels like you're talking to one person, right? So let me give you an example. How do we combine social media with AI in this now? So for example, one thing that you need to do when you're capturing data in marketing is capture their telephone number, right? Or their mobile address.
Yeah.
So once you move them from more because people don't really, email marketing is still really powerful and it's still strong. And I have thousands of emails that I've never read, right? Literally I've had over 200,000 emails. But you know what? Every single WhatsApp message I've read.
Yes, me too. I would agree with that. I think my ADHD kicks in and I've got to read the message, right?
Right. You're like, you read it. So the key is how do we connect? We get one step closer. So to build community means that you need a place where people can talk. For example, I have a team of 200 people that are now doing AI execution, right? So I built that community where now they're, again, if you're going to train people, you may as well recruit them into your team, right? So now, someone watches a video of mine on social media, right? They say, oh my God, John, I just saw the thing, how you can clone people's minds and brains. Can you do that for my organization? Then I go back to my 200 team and say, okay, how many of you in here want this job? I close the contract and then I give it to them. They execute, we profit share.
That's smart. That is smart.
Right? So that's why it's not about revenue generation. So you ask me, how do you stay connected? By, first of all, I remember that, I think it was with Jim Rohn had this quote, Jeff. It was Brian Tracy. Brian Tracy said, if you want to make money, you must first help other people make money.
Yes. I believe it was Jim Rohn or Brian Tracy said this. Yeah. Zig Ziglar.
Yeah. I think it was Zig Ziglar actually. Yeah. And that always stuck with me. I thought, wow, well, all my efforts, and it's interesting because, my billionaire friend, Glenn, I was in Barcelona with him, we were eating omelet, and I said to him, Glenn, you're a billionaire. Like, how do I become you? And he said, well, John, you know what most multi-millionaires know is that they make and keep 100% of their own efforts. And he said the difference between a multi-millionaire and a billionaire is able to create a system that can take 1% of thousands of people's efforts, and they don't have to be in, the main operator. I thought, my God, that's so smart. So since that conversation, like I've always been like, I speak in front of 1,000 people, 2,000, 5,000, 120,000 people sometimes, and instead of just getting paid a keynote to speak, I'm like, oh my God. So the reason I tell about this real estate company, they now want me to help them sell more real estate. So the play here, I was just at the Billion Summer, Mr. Beast was there and Simon Squibb and all the big creators. And you look at what he has now created. And I think right now there is a massive shift in the market. Remember I said to you before, we need to understand what business we're in. We're in the media business, but then we also need to understand what our role is, right? Our role is not
in our guide in the journey.
Yeah. Well, our role is the creator of the role of the creator, right? So why are we creating? Because social media now, and every business, everyone listening to this right now, needs to go to what we call a platform play. So, for example, people just think, oh yeah, like John, you should do social media. No, my social media leads me to people then wanting to use my software. I have a software called salesfunnels.io, and it helps people build out funnels. Then I've got my AI execution team. I'm now building the KPMG of AI consulting. So then I can move agency work into that, right? Then we have masterminds. So for example, we just ran one in Bali. Peter Doll, who's, incredible human being. The guy is just one of the biggest. Someone's got this huge heart. So he just raised close to $1 billion. So in that's now become our little Y Combinator accelerator. So he funded I think we had 30 people there, and 2 companies got funded on the spot. So now we have early access, early allocation. Then we have my investments for real estate, right?
So
then we have.
You created a real ecosystem here, and it's just it's self-serving. It feeds itself, and away it goes. That's absolutely correct. We're about to run out of time. This has been a brilliant interview, and I know I've taken a lot of notes away, and one to definitely go back and watch. But if our people want to reach out and they want to connect with you and they want to get into John Lee's ecosystem, how can they do that?
Well, first of all, I would say, if you go to any social media platform, just type in John Lee and you'll see my blue verified account. So follow that. If they go to YouTube, they can just type in John Lee Success as well. If anyone wants to read my book, you can go to Amazon or, Hay House or Penguin, type in John Lee Money Unlocked. But also, if people want to go a deeper dive in this, we're actually running a 3-day event on social media and AI. They're the dates, and also they're the times. 2 p.m. GMT time, UK time, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. I know it's early. I always say that early bird catch the worm. A friend of mine wrote an incredible book called The 5 a.m. Club, and I got to interview Robin on this. He said the Hour of Champions. So we normally charge for our events, but a part of giving back is really help people to achieve more, so we can create more collaborations. So for your community, Jeff, and for also the Los Angeles Tribune, if you take out your phone, scan this QR code, and you register now, you'll get a completely free ticket to attend. It's a virtual event. We present it live, and we go into detail on all of these different strategies on AI and social media. So they just need to take out the phone, and then once you open the camera, the link will pop up. So you just click that link, and then you'll go to a page that looks a little bit like this, and then just click the button. Just click the button there, and then you should be able to enroll for free. So that's my gift, because I love the work both you and Michael are doing as well, of really educating next generation of entrepreneurs, and that for me is just incredible. So I appreciate you.
I love what we're doing here with the Los Angeles Tribune. Like, this has been, broadcasted now into countries like India and Pakistan. Like, we've had people send photos of, with like a family, like people, village sitting around a campfire with their phone, like sitting up there, tuning in. And then we've also had photos of people from Fortune 500 companies, CEOs and all that sort of thing. So I love the message that, the mission that the Los Angeles Tribune's on here to bring insights and thought leadership like yourself, to give accessible to the world that most people probably wouldn't be able to get access to. So, John, this has been an absolute brilliant interview. I can't wait to actually have you back on one of our extra summits coming up. We've got the big leadership week coming up. I'm sure we'll get you on that one. But, mate, thank you very much for your time. Before we wrap up, is there any final words of wisdom that you'd like to leave our audience? Yeah, people ask me, if I had to make 100,000 as fast as possible, what would I do? And I get this question a lot. And if you go to my social media, you see me answer that question. But if you ask me in 2026, what do we focus on? I want you to do what we call the 116 strategy. The 116 means you post on one platform, on one topic, every single day for 6 months. That's what we call the 116. And when you do that, you start to get awareness, because the best known beats the best. That's number one. The second thing we want to focus on is start using AI every single day, using the 30-30. 30 minutes a day, every single day for 30 days, and you'll be 95% more than people are around you, better. And the last one is serve with heart. People ask me, John, what's the best way to make money? Help people, like go to a business, redesign the website, give it to them for free. They go, oh my God, that's amazing. How'd you do that? Then you charge. So these are my 3 things that people should focus on this year if they really want to achieve more success in their life. Absolutely love that, mate. Well, thank you very much. It's been a brilliant interview. And guys, we'll be back right after a commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. Well, we are so happy to be here tonight. Thank you for joining us on the Marketing Summit. Before we begin with our next segment, which is our panel of authors, I wanted to briefly introduce myself and tell you about the Global Women's Journal, because as the editor-in-chief, we have had some exciting things going on with the Global Women's Journal, and we just recently launched our second issue, and I am also a founder of the Latin Journal, which we are so excited to have the launch coming up with that. We've been waiting for almost 2 years for this launch, and it's so amazing to have Zumba joining us. So we are so happy to have them with us. We're going to be having an event next weekend, a health and wellness event in Miami. It will be live and virtual, and we will be so happy to have you join us for that. So I'm going to bring up our women, and we are going to introduce you to only a few of the authors from the Global Women's Journal. So if we could bring them up, thank you so much. Yay! So I am an emotional intelligence leadership coach, and each of these women are also a business leader and an entrepreneur, in addition to having an article in the Global Women's Journal and being best-selling authors. And so they have so much experience with marketing and with selling and with promoting themselves. We just learned about promoting ourselves on social media and how we're going to, be more effective with that. Thank you, John Lee and Jeff Ross, for sharing those ideas. And don't you just love the energy? I mean, when Jenny Lopez gets on, don't you just want to dance? And you just already love her. You feel like, yeah, she's the kind of person that I would want to collaborate with, and I would want to work for and with, and have her help promote me and teach me, all the things. And so it's a wonderful community that we are a part of. And so I wanted to start with Barbie Ray, introducing Barbie. Barbie is an empowerment coach, and she empowers caregivers. She has worked in the corporate world. She has also become an AI expert. She's also a marketing expert. I mean, if you want to know about Barbie, it's like, what does Barbie not do?
Windows.
We found one thing. Oh my goodness. But Barbie is incredibly talented. And so we're so excited to have you join us, Barbie. Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Wow. Well, thank you, Karen. That was quite a biography. I am known as the Grim Reaper's favorite chew toy because I have faced death more than most people have. And after a very long stint with 2 spinal surgeries and a 1.5 years of paralysis, I figured that the only reason I was still here was to help people. And so I have dedicated my life to trying to help people. And what I found is that it's amazing. Some people need help. They need encouragement. Some people need help with understanding how to run a company. And I own a corporation. I own a collision repair business. But I also found that I ended up doing AI because so many people needed help with AI that I wrote a course and I just released it. In fact, we just went live last week. How to Train Your AI. And it's a 350-page step-by-step guide for CEO leaders and anyone who has stepped into AI and is lost. So this is literally 9 modules and 350 pages of step-by-step on how to incorporate AI into your business, everything you've ever needed to know, and how to future-proof it, because SI is coming and it's coming quickly. So it helps you to make that step into SI. And if you don't train your AI does not do what you need it to do. So.
Yes, and we're going to get more into SI in just a minute. As Barbie throws out these little teasers. You're like, wait, I want to know more about that. So don't worry. We will let you know more about that in just a minute. All right. And Gail is not only a best-selling author once, not just has she contributed to the Global Women's Journal, but Gail is also an educator and a publisher. And she just recently published, I think, her 5th, or is it your 6th book?
Nope, just 5. Just 5.
The 6th is in there already, I'm sure. It's probably in the works on the computer right now. But it's so exciting. It is. I knew it would be. Anyway, Gail, tell us some more about you as well.
Well, you kind of said a lot of it right there. I have been in education since the very beginning. I come from a family of educators, so I went right into teaching, taught for 15 years, and then after that is when I went into publishing. And I spent the last 30 years in publishing and decided after all of that time that I was going to follow my passion, which has always been writing. And that was the premise of getting started, putting these books out there. And I've never been happier, to tell you the truth. So that's what I do now. And I've taken the content from my books on the road, so to speak. So that's what I speak on. So
that's awesome. You can see in the upper right corner her Winnie's Many Pearls of Wisdom. And she sent that to me as a gift. And it was so fun. And her writing is so authentic. So is Barbie's. In fact, all of our women, that's one of the things that you will love about reading their stories. In fact, I'm going to show you. You can see our little picture in the back of our backdrop. But here's, I'll put it in front of my face. There's our latest issue of the Global Women's Journal. And so before we go on, I want to have you each just tell us a little bit, just give us a teaser so that everybody will want to go and read your article that is published. So Barbie, we'll start with you. Tell us just a little bit about your article.
Well, my article is on communication, and for leaders understanding the difference between how women communicate and think, men communicate and think, and how AI communicates and thinks. And guess what, guys? All three are completely different worlds. And it's so much fun.
Yeah, I love that. Understanding the brain of the male brain, the female brain, and the AI brain. Oh my goodness. Yes, that's going to be an excellent. It is, not only is it full of insights, but humor. Barbie is a humorous motivational speaker. And so it's always fun to have her add sprinkles of humor throughout her messages. How about you, Gail? Tell us about your article, because Gail talks about creating a legacy with our words.
Oh, absolutely. And it was actually the article that inspired me to write my book, Many Winnie Pearls of Empowerment, because Winnie Pearl is my mother's name. And so I consider myself to be the champion of change. And so my article talks about how I encourage change and encourage just anybody, not just women, not to be afraid of change, just to face those fears as well. And then, of course, with Many Winnie Pearls of Empowerment and that article, I just spawn others to just create their legacy now. Don't wait until it's too late. Just start recording everything and put it into your legacy bank. So
yes, start now. I remember when I was young, I would write to my my grandparents, my great grandparents and things, and I would ask questions about them. And I remember somebody said to me, that the older generation is like a burning library. And if you don't get the stories out, you won't have them anymore. And so creating that legacy, not just of their stories, but of our story for our posterity, for the generation that comes and follows, so that they can learn from what we've learned. And so these women have incredible stories that I know you're going to love reading. All right. So speaking about marketing, how do you market, like with regard to your bestseller books and things? Gail, we're going to start with you. What are some things that you do to market yourself as an author?
Well, as an author, it seems to me that the best way to market is through storytelling. And that's really how it started, because my earlier books had a quote, my original quotes for every week of the year. So each one of the books, they had 52 original quotes. And I even started to put those quotes into my signature, into my email signature. So people would look at that and they say, wow, this is cool. This really resonated with me. You should write a book. And then that's how it got started. So then as I produced my book, then I would go to social media. It started on LinkedIn, and then it went into Facebook, and then of course my YouTube pages. But I would focus on those quotes and then tell a story behind those quotes. And in that way, it's not like, hey, buy my book, buy my book. It's the greatest thing ever. It's like, I want to find out something new. And they found out more about me, more about themselves through the storytelling.
Yes. Oh, yes. That storytelling is so powerful. And that is what helps people to know, like, and trust us, is through that storytelling. So how awesome that your article in the Women's Journal propelled you on to write a book. And a lot of people do that. They'll start with an article and then they'll realize, wait, I didn't tell all the things that I wanted to. I didn't have enough room. And so they just expand it into a book. And that's a beautiful example of that. How about you, Barbie? How have you marketed yourself as an author?
Well, first, I'd like to say, I think we're talking about it right now. So one of the things that you should do is get yourself on a forum that people are reading and make yourself an expert. So reach out to Karen, reach out to Michael Silvers, reach out to the Los Angeles Tribune, because if you get in one of these journals, if you're a writer anyway, you become the voice and authority. And if you need to learn how to use your AI to help you write, work with a strategist like me or someone else and get your message out there. That's one of the first things you can do. And I'll tell you, one of the things that is so important now that people may or may not realize is when you have a website, how everybody knows SEO, it's the search engine optimization. We all know that, right? Well, GEO is its favorite best friend. And if you're not taking advantage of SEO and GEO for your marketing, you're missing the boat. You're missing the boat. And getting your name in the journal for the Los Angeles Tribune, getting your name onto podcasts, and I know the Tribune does podcasters, getting your name involved so that you become a recognized authority is one of the ways to heighten the way the GEO. So SEO is the search engine optimization. GEO is generative engine optimization. And so SEO is how you get found. That's your keywords. But GEO is how you get chosen. Does that make sense?
That's good. That is good. Yes, because one is just if people are searching, but when they search and they find the whole list of all the different things, how are they going to pick you?
Well, and the AI goes and it does its own search. So it looks for the best authority. Well, if your website makes you the best authority and you're in a journal and you're on podcasts and they're finding you as an expert in other areas, you become the go-to answer for what they're looking for when someone is Googling the question.
Absolutely. And
so GEO is huge, and you have to marry those two in marketing if you want to get people to find you.
Yes. And we want people to find us. We have this message. We have this passion. We talked about helping people. And that's why we're all here, is because we care, because we want to help people. And yet, how can we help people if they can't find us? So thank you for bringing that up, Barbie. All right. One of the things that is very unique about our women is how authentic we are and how vulnerable we are. Now we're going to take a moment to share something vulnerable about ourselves. And I want to talk about a marketing fail that we each had and how we learned from that, in the experience that we had. So Barbie, I'm going to start with you. What's a marketing fail that you had, and how did you learn from that?
Well, when I bought the collision repair business, I had been in marketing. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to do all the marketing things. I'm going to get us out there in, the local Clipper magazines, because then people will have coupons, and I'm going to get our name out in this magazine and that. Well, you know what I realized? Guess what? When you're in a car accident, you're not looking in Clipper magazine. If you want an oil change, you're in Clipper magazine, not if you're in a car accident. When you're in a car accident, you need somebody that's in your brain, a repetitive thought, somebody that's connected. And if you've never been in a car accident, or you haven't been in one in ages, all the clippers, all the ads, all the normal things, they don't work.
Right.
So it was a marketing fail, because what I failed at that moment to realize was, who are you going to turn to in the most stressful moment of your life? Well, it isn't going to be somebody you read about once with a, in a little clipper.
A coupon.
It was not a coupon.
Thank you. That is a brilliant insight. And that reminds me so much, because regardless of whether it's a car accident and you're in a car collision of some sort, we all have clients that need to know us before we are needed. So we need to come to their mind. They need to see us on social media. They need to hear our message. They need to hear it from different angles, because today it might not apply, but later that might be just the thing that they need. But if they know us for that thing, for that brand thing that we are, continuing to talk about and share messages about, then we're known before we're needed. How about you, Gail? What's a marketing fail that you've had that you
Well, it's so hard to talk about your failures, right? But
yes,
they say failure leads to new learning, right?
Yes.
So I would have to cite the fact that when I first started marketing my books and my speaking, I went on social media, of course, and I had all of this content, and I wanted to put it all out there just as I had written it. So I have all of this content that lasts like 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And the main thing, you have to know your audience. And these days, attention spans are like a gnat. It's like, if you don't hit it right there, if you don't have a hook, if you don't get in and get out, then your message it goes nowhere. It lies flat. And it took a long time. It took probably 20, 30 videos. And I'm looking at it, it's like, why didn't I have so many hits? And then I put some frivolous thing out there just really quick, and it's like 1,000 views. And it's like, why? But it was a message. Number one, I needed to target my audience. And number two, it's not necessarily my message, it's their need.
Right.
So once you figure out what their need is, then you tailor your message to that, and you make sure that you're hitting it, at the right note, and make sure you don't hold that note too long.
It might be the most beautiful note in the world if you hold it too long.
Too long.
Coming from a singer, yes. I love that, Gail. Talking about it like it's the attention span of a gnat.
Yep.
So many times we have so much lived experience, right, ladies? We have gone through so many things. We want to help people that are, further down the road and say, here, learn from me what I've learned so that you can miss the potholes. Watch out for that thing over there. And let me help prevent this problem that you might run into. And so that can cause us to have lengthy videos that when we start recording. But absolutely what you just said, the attention span is short. We can make another one. And knowing the needs of our audience, those are so important. Okay, well, so you also, each of you touched on you reframed, both of you, very effectively, your failures into wins, because that is the way we learn best, is through failure. That's how we create new synapses. That's how we create new neurons. And it's so exciting to have this learning going on. And so in that learning, I want to ask, what is one of the most effective things that you have learned besides what you have told us so far? And I'm going to start with you, Gail.
Well, visibility is key. One thing that John, who was on before we were on, and he said he used that 1-1 strategy. Make sure that you are visible. You're posting, and not necessarily posting, because as they say, that social media, you're just renting the space. But when you really connect with your audience live, that has been just more successful, because they see you. They take in your character, they know who you are. And then that's where the networking starts, because they refer you to other people, and then other people want you to come in and speak. So just being visible, having these live events where they're live networking events, and for no particular objective, just to get with people. And you just never know where that's going to go. And then the other area too is the website, just constantly revamping the website. So you are reaching out to the right people and meeting their needs as well.
Yes, absolutely. Those 2 points about the visibility are so important, because, for example, if you are applying for a job, one of the first things that people do is they'll go find you on the your website or social media. They want to know, what is your online presence, and they want to learn about you that way. And so absolutely that visibility is extremely important, and it communicates before they actually interact with you, and helps them know, do they want to interact with you? Do they want to know more about what you do? So thank you for sharing that, and thank you for pointing out the live things that we do, because when we do these lives on Facebook or LinkedIn or Instagram or whatever, those go up higher in the algorithm. And so if you want to have greater visibility, you need to do those lives, not just the still static posts. So those are excellent points, Gail. How about you, Barbie? What's a marketing win that you can share with our audience?
Well, first, I want to say, Gail, I 100% agree with you. It is absolutely visibility, website. It is all about what people see and what they remember about you. And, going back to the collision thing, I was never in the collision business. I mean, I turned my car on. I was thrilled if it just went on. I knew nothing about cars. So I bought a business. I mean, my partner was in collision. So, I mean, but I knew marketing. I knew finances. I knew how to run a business. I didn't know a thing about collision. So I learned the hard way with those fails. I'm like, okay, it's not the same as getting an oil change. It's not the same as the other. So I had to learn about the visibility, but what truly people needed, because it didn't dawn on me that this is a stressful moment in your life. You're not thinking about something you read. It has to be in your brain, on the tip of your tongue, in the worst moment of your life. So now this isn't going to probably work for everybody, but I went to the radio station. I thought, what is the only way? Because I had done radio commercials and I had done, commercials. What is the only way that you can connect a product instantly? So for marketing, I'm going to say, think out of the box. That is, visibility, website, think out of the box. Know how your customer thinks. Know what is their buzz, what gets them excited. Know what's going to get them to buy your product or service. And then think out of the box on how to get them to understand why you're the person to solve their problem.
Yes. And
I went to radio to do it because guess what? If I'm talking in their ear all day long on the radio, and then they're hearing my commercials all day, and then I was horrible. I would just go in and do comedy in the other people's broadcasts. And of course, I always gave myself a plug until people heard the name of my.
Of course, brilliant.
It's not going to work for everybody, but thinking outside of the box will.
Yes.
That was the only way that I could think, how is everyone in this area going to connect me and my business with a collision? And you know what? It worked. People came because they remembered the commercial they heard. They remembered me talking about it. And the next thing you know, we had a ton of customers.
Absolutely brilliant move, Barbie. Brilliant move. A radio show. Who doesn't listen to the radio when they're in the car? I mean, all of us. Brilliant move. Well, one of the things that we've talked about today is about how, great examples about how marketing really is caring. And I just think that it is so interesting how real influence isn't built with pressure or performance. It's presence. It's how we care. And when we think about, the way that marketing is evolving and it used to be, how do you close the sale and how do you have a gimmick, that you can put out there, and, even the subliminal messages of the popcorn eating, some of you won't remember that, but but some of you will. And so
if you've ever taken a psychology class, you know the popcorn subliminal message thing.
And so it's awesome to hear about the things that didn't work and the things that do work, because we learn a lot from people when they're vulnerable enough and willing to share with us the things that didn't work. So these are the kind of women that you will connect with at the Women's Journal and at the Latin Journal. And this is what we have to offer. A shared community where we share the things that we are learning. And it is just so exciting to hear this kind of energy, this kind of momentum. And, what this is all based on is trust. As an emotional intelligence leadership coach, that is the foundation of all relationships, is trust. And that's how we build that trust, is by sharing and by connecting and by having those authentic, vulnerable moments of connection with each other. So I'm so grateful for Barbie Ray and Gail A. Larson for being with us tonight, and for the other women who weren't able to be with us, Sarah Barthel and Cheryl Mazel. We missed you tonight, and we look forward to meeting with you again next weekend at the Health and Wellness Summit with Zumba. Can't wait. And again, I'm Karen Hall. Thank you for being with us on our panel today.
Thank you, Karen, and good to be with you again, Barbie Ray.
It was a pleasure, Gail. Always is.
Oh, we're back.
Hello and welcome to
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, hello, Jeff, you're muted. You know what's funny? That Karen was saying, oh, Jenny has so much energy, but she has the most contagious laugh I've ever heard in a long time.
I just love Barbie Ray's podcast. Listening both of them, you know, when they get into the humor side of it all, it's actually very contagious itself. It's a great conversation to be a part of.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, awesome. Are we ready for our next guest?
Well, yeah, we're going to bring up our next guest. We've still got a few more minutes here for you and I just to banter a little bit, you know, give people a bit of a highlight reel for those of us who are tuning in. And so we've had speakers like Dean Garosi, we've had Adam Ginsberg, we've had John Lee, we've had some amazing panels with the Women's Journal and the panel before. We've got another amazing panel coming up. We've got another couple of amazing speakers still to come up. The show is not over yet. But Jenny, what has been probably the through line for you? Like, what are the big notes that you're taking away from today's conversation?
Oh, so much. But honestly, it's the whole thing that I know that it's about marketing and connection, but we talked a lot about AI. But honestly, we need to keep it human at the end of the day and show that we care. Like that combination is really what's going to help us connect with the right people that we are meant to help and serve.
Yeah, and that's been my heart through everything that, you know, the intention of what we've got here with the message is to realize that we're still human to human interactions and to create community, to create a sense of belonging where people feel seen and heard. And there's been such amazing wisdom throughout that. And, you know, marketing is such a brilliant place to, you know, grow in ourselves, but also to connect and understand our audience in a powerful way. Like, we've probably got a couple of minutes before our next segment, but what are some of the marketing tips that have worked for you in the past?
Oh, that worked for me. Honestly, it's just keep it really real. I know that we were talking about perfection. Sometimes a lot of people are going for perfection, thinking that that's a reflection on the person. But honestly, sometimes when the content is really raw and you don't only talk about the highlights, but you talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and even the bloopers, people connect with that. And honestly, that's been a little bit of my edge when it comes to marketing for my business. What about you, Jeff?
I love the bloopers and keeping it the authentic, you know, not just the fake authenticity. I think that's a term these days, but keeping the real authenticity and showing people that we make mistakes. I made a mistake just before, you know, and I'm human. But the leadership lesson here is we pivot and adjust and we own it, right? We've got an amazing speaker coming up here who's been a dear friend. Actually, let's bring up Aaron now. And it's just been an amazing mentor of mine over the last 6 months. And it's been a pleasure to work with you, Aaron. And when it comes to all things leadership and marketing, I think you are one of the go-to people to learn from for sure.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that except for okay. I'm delighted. I'm delighted that you think so. And I've had a great run. You know, somebody was asking me today how old I am, and I'm 61. And they said, "How long have you been in business?" And I said, "Well, I've been making a payroll, a legitimate payroll, since 1983.
Wow, the year I was born.
That's a long time ago.
Oh, don't say that, Jeff. Now I'm feeling really old.
Well, but it's, you know, we're talking about marketing here, and you just said John Lee. I've spent time with John and other people you've had on before, and I know that we're talking about the mechanics. Like, you know, here's some things to do to get more eyeballs on you. And I think I'm not a marketing guy, right? I'm a business guy who's owned, bought, built dozens of companies over the years, and taken 3 companies public and done those kind of things. So I look at marketing as a critical piece of getting the message of why you matter out to the world, right? What are you going to do for the prospective buyer, and do they trust you? And so,
I love that.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I heard somebody say, I'm in an interesting group, and I don't think he didn't coin this, but I loved it. He said, it's not the customer's responsibility to remember you. It's your responsibility to be unforgettable. And with all the little tricks and tips and tripwires and the offers that you can, what do they call it? The irresistible offers and all those things. I want to just echo what Jenny said a minute ago, which is in a world that's ever increasingly more digital, more AI responses, more things that feel kind of right, but you can tell it's not exactly right.
Mm.
Human didn't do that. It's been run through some perfect, or it's like singers with auto tune. You know,
Yeah, there's definitely some tells. Well, I'm actually really looking forward to this interview. I'm going to leave you in great hands with Jenny, and you're going to be in great hands, of course. And I'm going to sit back and take a lot of notes myself.
Very good. Yeah, get your pen out because it's going to be a big 20 minutes. But Jenny, I want to say that authenticity piece that you mentioned a minute ago, I couldn't agree more. And it's, if we can just keep that and use the tools as an amplifier instead of a replacement, that's going to be good. But I'm curious what you want to ask me. That'll be really fun.
Yes, I'm so excited. We go to really meet each other in person in Los Angeles, and you guys here are for a treat when it comes to Aaron Young. So happy that you're here. You know what, Aaron? Dean Graziosi kicked this amazing summit off. And he shared this tool about how to get some time back. And it was about this square, about what to delegate, what are the non-negotiables, the things that you want to delete, etc. Right? You're familiar with that quadrant. And I've seen a lot of young entrepreneurs, and I'm not talking about young in age, but young in the journey of entrepreneurship.
Early. Yeah.
Yes, that they say, oh, I want to delegate marketing. And I still think that there's some elements of marketing that you don't want to delegate until they're mature. So I would love your thoughts on that.
I was on a phone call earlier today with a guy who's built a huge online presence. He's got a whole fashion thing with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, millions of views on his video, on individual videos. I mean, huge.
Yes.
He's got a watch channel. He's got a fragrance channel. And he was saying to me today, the things that were working before were no longer working. And not only that, he was feeling overwhelmed and worn out because he's still trying to carry that part of the ball. And his question to me was, how do you build a company where it gets into the 10s, 20s, 30s of millions of dollars or bigger? And I said, the challenge is if you consider yourself to be the one that has to figure everything out, you're never going to grow beyond yourself.
True.
So in answering what you said about the marketing, I think micro companies, one-person companies. I'm a coach. I want to get my word out. I'm an author. I'm a consultant. I am an artist, right? And it's just kind of me and maybe a VA or something. Those companies are what I call lifestyle companies because they're utterly dependent on that individual.
True.
Right? And those individuals, they climb up, they get really successful, and then they disappear and you never see them again a lot of times because it gets to be too hard. And when you say young or early entrepreneurs, the reason that you can be in business for 10 years and still seem like an early entrepreneur is because you never got out of startup mode. You kept acting 10 years later like you were at the beginning, that you had to have your hands on everything. It had to be you. And it had to be, you had to approve that font, that color, that word, instead of saying, good is often good enough. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. As a matter of fact, perfection, and you've heard this a million times, but seeking to get it just right is going to keep you at the back of the race.
Right.
Right. The people that act quickly and then just iterate, look at Apple and Microsoft. They're constantly throwing out updates and then they have to go fix the update, but they didn't wait. They kept moving stuff out. And whatever we're doing, I liked what John Lee said about the 116 a minute ago. Yes. You know, one message, one platform, 6 months. That's really right. You don't need 6 platforms. You need to get found and keep showing up somewhere.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So you need to do it yourself until you really understand what you're doing. And once you've understood what to do, then you proceduralize it and give it to team. And if you are the talent, and Jenny, I know you are, and often I am, then we show up and do our little part that we're really good at. And the rest of it goes to people who are experts at things that we struggle with. That's how you grow. But that's how you grow. That's how you scale a company.
Yes.
Many people are very, very satisfied to just make a nice living with their time. They're not really trying to build a business. They're trying to make a living. And
Yes.
that's okay. All you have to do is decide which is the one you want, and then you'll be successful at it.
Absolutely. And to reinforce the point, like don't delegate too early, right? Make sure that you understand what works and then delegate, which is exactly how you continue to grow your business. Hey, you are a top seller author. I love the messages that you portray out there. And I know you mentioned, I'm not a marketing guy, but you have helped scale so many businesses out there. So I know you know a little bit of marketing, what works and what doesn't. So in your book, Critical 20, you talk about the small amount of actions that actually deliver disproportionate results. So
Yes.
what are really the marketing strategies that truly move the needle?
Okay. First of all, let me be honest and say I have really good marketing people around me. Okay. The thing that I'm good at is going, does that seem genuine, or does that seem like you just had to get the next thing out?
Yes.
Right. You're just kind of hurrying to check a box instead of delivering some. The marketing that works is anything. Well, okay. Two things, two sides. Okay. One, the best marketing and advertising, which are different. Ads are where you place the marketing. Marketing is what people think of you.
True.
Right. So the best advertising marketing should repel as many people as it attracts. If your message is really dialed in, if it's not homogenous, here, let's be everything to everybody. If you're going, this is where we're going, this laser focus, a lot of people are going to go, that's not for me. That does not, I don't like it. And then a lot of people are going to go, that's precisely what I'm looking for. So we want to be honest and specific. And we want to, at least in my opinion, instead of a big, shallow lake of customers, you want a very deep, narrow well of customers who just love you and resonate with you, right? So the first thing is you want to make sure that you take a stand on something. And then the second thing is too many people make it about them and what they can do and how long they've been in business and how many awards and all the TV shows. And the client couldn't give a rip. The client only wants to know, what am I going to get if I work with you? How is this going to take some of my pain away? How is this going to help me be more successful? As long as we keep the customer always in mind and don't get hung up on impressing them with us, right? They'll be impressed if we do a good job. The main thing is make sure that when they see your marketing, they go, oh, they understand me. They get me.
Yes.
That's what works.
Yeah, it's not falling in love with you and your message is falling in love with the client and the person, your audience, the person that you want to help. Beautifully said.
You know, I'll just tell you, there's a quote that says, never let what you want to say get in the way of what the audience needs to hear.
Ooh, write that down, guys.
I'll tell you, I got that years ago sitting. I've known Les Brown for a long time. And we were talking about public speaking. He said, just remember, Aaron, and I pass it on today, but I want to give attribution to Les. But the point is, we need to make it about them, not about us.
Not about us. Yeah. So let's talk about your other book, Unshackled. So that's the one that, oh yeah. Do you want to so people can see it? Go grab it so people can see it. Awesome. Yes. And this is all about, and you can probably describe it better than me, but the way I see it is the freedom for the founders, right? Can you tell us a little bit about the book?
So I said a minute ago, there are two kinds of businesses fundamentally. Yes. There's a lifestyle business. There's a business that transcends the owner or the founder. Okay. I am a very curious and interested guy, but I'm kind of lazy. So what I like to do is figure out something that seems like there's a market for, and then organize it and then get all the people doing stuff and then build systems where we can keep track of, there's no ambiguity. Everybody knows specifically what to do, specifically what they're being measured on. We keep scoreboards. We know what's going on. We create intentional culture so that culture, think about Disney. Yes. Walt Disney had very specific ways of developing the Disney culture. Right. And when he died, the board kept asking, well, what would Walt do? Because he built such a culture. And now if you go to work for Disney as a maid in one of the hotels or a fry cook in one of the restaurants, you still have to go through what's called Disney traditions, where you learn the culture. And what happens is if you build an intentional, healthy culture, then it holds everything together even when the owner is no longer there. They're on vacation, they're off sick, they're dead, whatever. It stays together. And Unshackled is really about how do you own your business instead of being owned by your business. And
love that.
If you like that, you know, the book is a good $20 to spend. And
I love it.
And you know, this book is now being used all over the world. All kinds of companies. Amazon Corporation has adopted our software based on the book that is a project management software in all the divisions of Amazon now. I mean, how cool is it that these tried and true principles that I've just been learning over 40 years of and reading other people's books and trying stuff and organizing, it works. It's not the only way. It's a way that's been very good for my companies over the years.
I 100% agree with you that really culture is the key. You have no idea. So I've been as an executive leader for many, many decades. And then I always got the feedback at the beginning of my career, like, oh, Jenny, you just focus on the fluff stuff, that fluffy stuff. And for me, it was the culture. And like, hey, you have a strong culture. You have an incredible engaged team that delivers incredible results. So I 100% agree. And guys, you have to go and get the Unshackled book and learn all these amazing things. So through that lens, right, let's think about the founder's freedom. What is one marketing, or maybe you can share about how having a bad marketing strategy can keep the founder trapped?
Okay, well, all right. So when somebody says, hey, Aaron, can you come and be an advisor to our company? Yes. I have a number of paid advisory jobs where, you know, people pay me to help them. And I've gone in with this same material before I wrote the book. It was just my way of doing things. And I worked with some big hospital groups and companies that you know the names of these companies. Okay. Some of them are huge companies. And no matter what, I'm always asking, what are you willing to give up so you can build what you want? And a lot of times you get a company, let's say an entrepreneurial company that is, maybe they're doing $2 million a year and the owner's taken a lot of that money out after expenses. I'm coming to your answer, but just let me set this up.
Go.
They say, we need to grow. I need to hire a couple of great people. And I say, well, okay, you're sucking all the money out. So there's nothing left to grow. So are you willing to take a pay cut so that we can hire that person, that next right person? So we can do that advertising campaign. So we can build a marketing plan. So we can create a culture. Are you willing to sacrifice something? And you know what they almost always say? No. Guess what? They don't grow. The way a bad marketing campaign will keep you trapped is that if you're delegating your brand message, if you're delegating your values, if you're delegating what you stand for and stand against to somebody else who thinks they can make a better story that they think through their lens, having never owned a company, right? They think they can make it cooler or better. If you abdicate the core of your message and you end up in a bad marketing campaign, you're throwing money out the window. You're giving up the opportunity to get new sales and to bring in the team and to continue to scale. If you give up, if you abdicate the most critical part, remember the company is an extension of the owner. The company is an extension of the owner, because if, you know, Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays because the owners say, no, we're going to be in church. We want our staff to not have to work. So they're closed, right? If you go against the standards and the beliefs and the values of the owners, you're going to create conflict, and the conflict's going to create this sort of death spiral. So getting your beliefs and standards and core message clear to whoever's doing your advertising and marketing will be great. And if you don't know that yourself, then you don't hire somebody else to magnify a non-existent or crummy message.
Yes.
Don't magnify something that you haven't figured out.
Yes, man, you have no idea how many wisdom nuggets he's throwing there. So make sure you're taking a lot of notes. I have a question. I know that you say you work with a lot of big companies, and I'm sure you have worked with startups. So for those people who are
tens of thousands of them. I mean, we have what, 48,000 customers or something right now that are business owners. Yeah, it's a lot.
So for startups, right, that are starting to work on their marketing or their brand, what would be your recommendation of being like that? This is your first marketing investment. What is that?
What would be your first marketing investment?
Yes.
What I'm going to say is silly. I mean, it depends on your business, right?
Okay.
But I mean, you want to have good art. So you need to start off with good photography. You got to start off with making your product or service look professional and not schlocky. If it looks like it just came off a photocopier, you know, or it's out of focus, or, you know, I see people with headshots that want to be speakers, and they talk to me and their headshot is like them against the wall and the shadow of their head is all against the
No
wall.
lighting.
And I'm like, that doesn't look like somebody we want to put on in front of our 300 people, right? Even if they're the greatest expert, right?
Yes.
So I would say the first thing to do is represent yourself well, so that you look like you have some level of establishment behind you. And then after that, you really want to start saying what's in it for the customer.
Yes. Amazing. That's really important. So I know we're getting a little bit towards the end. I'm very curious if I ask you this question. What is one marketing habit that we need to delete moving into 2026?
Well, I mean, these are my opinions. I don't have any statistics to back me up. My belief is people are always chasing the next thing, right? I mean, it was MySpace, and it was Facebook, then it was Instagram, then it was whatever.
Right.
And I'm just going to go back to figure out a place where you can really develop your message and be predictable. I can hear my wife over here. She's getting ready to take the dogs out for a walk, which I'm sure I'll go join her. She was starting to put together a new marketing plan, and her team was just taking quotes, things that she would say in meetings or whatever, or that she'd written, and make little cards, and they're just posting them on Instagram.
Right.
And it went on for a long time. And I even said, is this doing anything? And she said, what it's doing is they tell me what it's doing is it's building predictability with the algorithm.
Okay.
Right. And then once they started getting sent out to a lot more people and more people were seeing it, then they started bringing in the more personal content, more call to action, and so on. So I think if we just stay focused in our little field, we just take care of our little vineyard and take great care of our stuff instead of trying to be everything and everywhere, we have a much greater likelihood of being successful. You don't need to chase every new technology.
Love it. Yes, Jeff.
I said that's very smart, and I love the extra little touch points that you can create with that conversation. Well, Aaron, this has been absolutely brilliant conversation. I know I've taken loads of notes, and I always do when I listen to you and all of our other amazing speakers. So we're going to get moving on to our next segment now. But Aaron, thank you very much for your.
Thanks for having me, guys.
You're
so
amazing. Thank you for sharing all that with us.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, wow, we're coming to a close. We're on the home stretch.
Jeff, I'm glad this is recorded and we can replay it. Remember to register for the event so you get the opportunity to listen to all of these, right? So then you can take even more notes and apply and execute.
Of course. And for our tech guy, I just want to give him a huge shout out, Mr. Dave Miller. Thank you very much for all your amazing support and helping to keep this show on the road. If you could just drop that link for people to register in the comments, mate, that would be absolutely marvelous. And also, you want to register so you can get access to our marketing journal when we launch. And then we've also got the Zumba event coming up, Jenny. Just before I bring up Mr. Paul Dunn, can you give us a quick 30-second segment of the Zumba event that we've got coming up?
Zumba event all the way in Miami, baby. And I know some people in the chat were saying, "Oh, I wish I was there." And actually, you can, because it's going to be virtual, and also some elements are going to be live streamed live at City Zero, and that's with collaboration with Beto Perez and Zumba. It's all about wellness, movimiento, movement, and comunidad. And it's going to be an incredible event. We have Beto Perez, the founder of Zumba, and other incredible speakers.
Well, make sure you register for that event, everybody, too, so you can keep in touch. And yes, we will be doing a live stream with that, just like we've done with the Barnes and Noble shows before and everything else between. Right, Jenny,
yes,
thank you very much.
I forgot to say it's like January 31st. I said, come to Miami.
Oh,
I never said the date. January 31st.
In Miami. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jenny. Okay, well, this man I'm going to bring up really needs no introduction. He has an amazing personality himself. He's a good friend of mine. Known actually Paul on and off now for over the last decade. He's the co-founder of B1G1, which stands for Buy One, Give One. And it's a global movement that's enabled millions of giving impacts around the world, helping businesses embed generosity directly into their everyday operations. Now, I'm overemphasizing a few key words here because that's going to be the theme of our conversation. You know, Paul is a former international speaker, he's an author, he's a trusted advisor. He helps entrepreneurs globally. And Paul has spent decades teaching leaders how to grow profitably by doing good. And it's an absolute honor to have you again here, Paul. We've done this a couple of times now.
Yes, it's like home almost, Jim. So good to
there?
see you. You're looking great. And by the way, whoops, Daisy, am I not there? Can you hear me okay? It's all right.
No, you're here. I can hear you okay. Your screen is freezing a little bit, but I can hear you.
Oh,
okay.
Really? Your screen was freezing a little bit ago. So we're in cahoots together here. So yes, Jeff, great to see you. Great to see J-Lo. It's been a great morning here in Singapore, of course, afternoon in Australia as you come up to the Australia Day weekend. So I am just very, very privileged to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Nah, thank you, Paul. It's always a pleasure, interviewing you. And I said I was overemphasizing a few key words there, giving and generosity. And I think that's a really powerful through line for today's discussion, especially when we're talking about all things marketing. And so I want to talk about that. The law of reciprocity is one that comes to mind. But how do we grow profitably by doing good?
Well, if you think about and this has been some interesting discussions like with Aaron and Dean and all of that kind of stuff. And one way of summarizing it, I think, is that there's this kind of sea of sameness out there where everybody looks the same. And of course, the more AI plays a part in your marketing, then the more people are able to copy you and all that kind of stuff. So the key question, I think, is how do you stand out in that sea of sameness? And I think, Jeff, there's a beautiful line which kind of tags into what you were saying around impact. And so the line that drives me as working with entrepreneurs around the world is that we need to move from standard to stand out because we stand for something bigger than ourselves. Now, if you think about that,
guys? I want you to write that down. Can you just repeat that, please, again?
Sure. To move from standard to stand out because you stand for, and here's the crucial bit, something bigger than yourself. Now, if you just think about that for a minute, if you could do that, then and be standing for something bigger than yourself, then guess what happens? You become more attractive to the marketplace rather than you trying to push with stuff. So people are much more likely to see you because you're standing out from that sea of sameness. And one of the ways of doing that, of course, is with B1G1. And you mentioned, we've been creating some. Oh, by the way, I've got to tell you this just really quickly. Everybody should get their calculator out for this one because Aaron said, here I am, 61 years old. 3 days ago, Jeff, I passed my 30,000th day on the planet.
30,
so you can all get.
I'm gonna have to do the math for that one.
Yeah. It's great. But anyway, since 2007, then in B1G1, I don't want this to be about B1G1, but just quickly, collectively now around the world, we've been with the thousands of people that are part of that. We've actually come to 392 million impacts that have been created by the entrepreneurs that are part of this. And so
I think you broke up there, Paul, but I think you're saying 90 million.
392 million was what I was saying.
I don't think we've got a very.
Whoops.
Wow,
was
392 million giving impacts. Wow.
Yeah. So, there's been so much great advice here that already, that we need to move from me to we and all of that kind of stuff. And what this particular process does is help you do that. And it helps you, and Aaron and John were talking about engaging your teams and all of that kind of stuff. So go figure what happens when, instead of just having a revenue goal, we have an impact goal, if that makes sense. It's totally different, and it really engages people, and not only makes a difference in the business, but makes a difference in the world as well. The other word I think that's really important here, Jeff, and I came upon it through listening to a podcast from a guy called Grant Lee, who is the founder of Gamma. Founder of Gamma, many of you would know Gamma. And he said that it is all about getting the one egg, in other words, if I toss 10 eggs at you, you're going to be a mess, right? You're not going to catch any of them. But if yeah, exactly, right? So, but if I toss one, and so the question is, what is that one egg? What is it for you? And after I listened to that interview, I went away and thought, what is the one egg for me? And the one egg is a very simple 3-letter word, and it's joy. Joy. And so when you do this, what actually happens is you create more joy in your business than you ever could imagine having created. And isn't that nice? And I think all of us on here could agree that.
Well, Ken Honda talks about this in his book.
He does indeed. Right? He does. Yeah, he does.
Joy leads to that generosity attitude. And I know that's what you're one of the most generous people that I come across, and how you help others you really help to transform the world through generosity. Yes. So why do you believe generosity is not just a moral decision, but it's a smart business strategy as well?
Oh, well, because as I said, it just lets you stand for something bigger than yourself, and it lets you tell better stories as well. And stories that are not about the inputs that you're providing, but about the outcomes that you're providing. And I love what Steve Jobs said about that in 1996, when he was, as Apple would have it, resigned from Apple, but actually, of course, as we know, was sort of tossed out temporarily, and ended up at Pixar. And the guys in the panel earlier on were talking about books and stuff like that. And Jobs wrote this in 1996. He said, "The storyteller is the most powerful person in the world." Now, ignore the power thing. We don't need to get into that. But the next paragraph was magical. He said, the storyteller, it lets you create the vision, the vision and the agenda for the generation yet to come. Now, if you just play with that for a minute, you suddenly get that it's not about you. It's not about you, right?
And then we go from me to we.
Yeah, exactly. And then some people would say, "Oh, that sounds like leaving a legacy." Well, yes, of course. I think, though, it's much better to be living the legacy and leveraging the legacy as our members do. But just one other thing on that, which is interesting. Most of us, I think about legacy too late. But what if we thought about it this way? I only got this from a conversation a couple of weeks ago. And someone said, "Yeah, Paul, I get it. Legacy is very important." But they said, legacy is not what you leave behind. Legacy is what you set in motion. And that's why our time together today is, that's what this is about. It's about setting in motion something that changes the businesses and at the same time changes our world as well.
Yeah, well, that's the definition of marketing. Marketing, for me, is storytelling, and I love where you're going with this. And some of the things that I teach our students as well, and I've come to learn from some of the greats. We're all learning on the shoulders of giants. Is the fact that I like what you say. We stand for something, but we also need to understand what we stand against as well. Donald Miller talks about this in his book Story Matters.
He does indeed.
We've got a hero, but we've also got a villain. And so that's that magnetic attraction marketing conversation that comes to life in here. I would love to hear from your sage wisdom. What are some of your key insights on that?
Well, let's use Donald as a case in point in Story Brand. And we've all heard about telling the origin story. But the problem that we have with the origin story is it can be all about us. You know,
Yeah.
this is what I did, this is what I did, blah, 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 blah. But the crucial thing is to then put it's like a Yoda position. What if you can move from being the hero to making the customer the hero, and what you become is the guide for the customer, if that makes sense.
Right.
And there's a 3-word phrase that there's a guy many of us would have heard of, Joseph Pine. He wrote a brilliant book in 2000, which was called The Exponential Economy. Have a look at his new book. I've been working with him. Here we go. It's called the can you see that? The Transformation
Economy. Yep. Yeah.
Yep. And he, in all the research, and we were on Substack and all of that kind of stuff. The book is coming out in February, by the way. And he said, I've just figured out what the purpose of every great business is. So have a listen to this. He said, the purpose of any great business is to foster, this kind of deep, to foster humanity flourishing.
Wow. Wow. Well, Ryan Dutch talks a lot about this too. He talks about, essentially marketing. There's the journey of transformation. I like to equate it as, we're helping people take them from Sucksville to Awesome Town. And so, what you're explaining there is part of that equation to help to foster the transformation of that. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, and that takes us back, does it not, to the whole sort of joy thing, that is so critically important, because what are most founders doing? It's stress. I got to do this, I got to do that, got to do that. What if you flip that and that takes you right out of that sea of sameness? Because you're not only doing that for yourself, you're doing that with the people that you're privileged to serve as well. So it becomes
and there's
this beautiful circle. Yeah.
And like we're running short of time already. This I could always go for long with you. We've got probably about 5 minutes left. But you said there that the privilege to serve, and I find in business, especially in marketing, when we can position ourselves as the guide in the story, in space of servanthood leadership, it sort of transforms the whole conversation from me to we already. And so I love you to go deeper here with this in your insights for around this conversation. And we've got about 5 minutes to our next segment.
Okay. Well, I think go ahead. I think there's incredible depth that's already been there. Okay, in our time together today. But the interesting question, and JLo was kind of getting onto it with Aaron just a while ago, and I know you've heard me say this before, Jeff, but I think it just needs saying again, and that is this: as you, meaning you listening to us now, and I'm so glad you're here, by the way, then if there was one thought that kind of built all this together, it's kind of like, what are you thinking of? What's going on up here? What's driving you every day? Well, some people would call that your vision, right? They would call that your vision. And that's probably where it starts. So here's a little sentence that I think might help you put into action all of the wisdom that you've heard on this today. And it goes like this: when your vision becomes more powerful than your memory, your future becomes more powerful than your past. Once again, when your vision becomes more powerful than your memory, your future becomes more powerful than your past. And if you put that together with moving from standard to stand out because you stand for, and that's what the vision is, right? You stand for something that's bigger than yourself. You will be amazed. Not only are you making a better contribution to the world, but that's reflected back then in your business in all the sorts of ways that you could imagine. And what that does is just create more joy everywhere.
I love that. And so to help our audience to create more joy, I know you wanted to share something here with them to help them to create an impact. And I'm just going to bring that up on the screen now here for us.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's kind of cool.
You wanted to talk about this, thank you for being here, and just talk about the good work that you're doing with the good impact that B1G1's doing.
Did you put the link in the chat, Jeff, or is that
right now?
Okay, pop the link in the chat.
I was talking about. I'll put the link in the chat for everyone.
Okay, So this is this is a way of me saying, on behalf of Jeff and everybody at the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. You didn't have to be here. Thank you for being here. And you can see what we're going to do is you can see there are 3 projects on that thing. When you go to the link that Jeff is giving you, when you go straight to that link, you will get this thing that you see on your screen. It will be vertical for you, not horizontal. And all we want you to do is simply choose. What would you like to have happen today? Would it be 24 days of clean water? Would it be 3 days of education? Would it be planting some rainforest, 8 square meters? And by the way, you don't have to go plant. We do that for you. And we also make that happen for you. So I'm really looking forward to finding out what you're going to choose to make a difference just by being here.
Well, I just put the link in the comments there, and one of your friends, Doria Cordova.
Doria's here. Oh, no kidding.
She's just commenting on there as well. And so I've just put the link in there for everybody. It's a bit.ly link. It'll take you straight to that page. And Paul, mate, absolutely love everything that you do and your beautiful wife. I had the opportunity to come meet you in person in Japan, but it wasn't to happen.
It wasn't exactly the right time. Yeah.
No, but we'll make it happen another day very shortly, very soon. What's one final word of wisdom you'd like to leave our audience here for our Los Angeles Tribune Marketing Summit?
Yeah, that's a very good one as well. I think that vision one is probably where it's at. But I think if you could think about it, so many people think about being on purpose and all of that kind of stuff. But what I want you to think about is not just words, but actually doing it. And so bringing together impact on purpose. And then you get this wonderful way of measuring things, which you can then share with others, as you saw just a moment ago. And then to wake up every morning, joyfully and putting it into action. And Jeff, thank you so much for all the joy you bring. I mean, everybody look at Jeff right now. Look at the radiance up there. Yeah, beaming. Right. What a good place that is to be.
I read Jim Collins' book, Good to Great. He talks about the Ikigai sweet spot. And, ever since I found that, that sweet spot, you find so much joy in that purpose and in that delivery of life. And, if this to me is not work, this to me is of service. And I've got some brilliant mentors around me that just, exude that servanthood leadership, and it's an amazing part to be a part of the Los Angeles Tribune community here with Mr. Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and
all of the guys. Just finally on that, you talked about the thing, and just very, very, very quickly, I'm reminded. I told you about the 30,000 days, right? And I'm reminded when Zig Ziglar was 83 years old, someone said to him, "Zig, don't you think it's time you stopped?" And Zig said, "Just the reverse," he said, "because I figure I've got fewer days left than you, so I think I should accelerate." Right? So
well, I don't know about you. I feel like I'm just getting started. Like and I
there you go.
Started too.
Exactly, Jeff. Thank you for having me here. It's been a delight as always.
As always, Paul. Thank you, and I look forward to having you on again soon, and on one of our many other summits. And we'll have to get your wife back too.
Oh, Masami would love that too. Yeah, she would.
All right. Yeah. Well, we'll be in touch. Thank you, Paul. We'll see you on the next one.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
All right, well, we're going to go to commercial just quickly, and then I'm going to bring up my co-host, and we've got another amazing panel to wrap up this amazing marketing summit to kick off 2026.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow, Paul is like quote after quote, gem after gem. I was like writing it down. Incredible.
It's like mic drop after mic drop. Well, we've got an amazing panel here to wrap out this marketing summit. Can you believe that we're almost at the end of the show?
Know. Time flew.
Right, it sure did. Well, let's bring up our next wonderful guest, and we'll have another amazing conversation around the coffee table, well, the virtual one anyway. So we've got Patrick, we've got Dr. J.M. McIntyre, we've got Carmen Skipworth, and we have Stacey and Bruno here joining us today. Jenny, do you want to segue into the next part of the conversation?
Oh, yes. I am so excited. I have been stalking each of you in social media, not in a creepy way. I just love what you do. And something I saw in common is that all of you have a really big intentional marketing strategy in social media, either through a podcast or your YouTube or Facebook and in all the areas that you focus on. So this is for my own learning and for the audience. I know the KPIs and metrics, like data is really important. So what is a metric that we have been over romanticizing for so long? We need to retire. And what should be the new metric that we should follow instead?
So is it a round robin? So I would, hi, how you doing? How you doing, guys? Thank you so much for having us tonight. We're really excited. I watch folks and they pay strict attention to their views, on social media. And I talk to folks, my wife and I, and some of the folks on this panel are blessed enough to talk in front of people, right? 20, 30, 50, 100 people. I hear people say they only get 200 or 300 views. And I said, well, how many times have you spoke live in front of 300 people? So I do think that, views is a thing that people get fantasized about when we have tens of millions and we're blessed. And I don't think people see how hard it is and how hard we all work. But in the end, 300 views is wonderful. And I think people should really take pride in that. And then just try to get to 350 views.
Awesome. So what should be like a new metric instead? I'm going to pass this one now to Dr. J, because I know you're really big also in YouTube. What is a new metric that we should follow instead of views?
A new metric I think, that we should follow is the first thing is just staying true to yourself. Be authentic, who you are. A lot of people are following so many people and their algorithm is different. And everybody has time where I'm going to post here, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this in the morning. All these things, come up with your own algorithm of your life, figure out how you're going to do it, and make sure you put it out with God's favor. It's going to work. And that's what happened with me. I stopped following everybody's trend and started making my own trend. And now I am my own marketing brand, and that's it. So I believe that's the new matrix right now.
Beautiful. Actually, Carmen, I have a different question for you and Patrick too, and then we'll take it. Jeff, I'm sure he has a lot of questions also to share here. But Carmen, when I know that you talk a lot about AI, and what is the transition where you go from data and AI to your hunch, like your intuition, when it comes to marketing?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and thanks for having me on here. So your intuition, I think, is probably what we're going to call our human touch, because AI is pretty good at projecting what we want to say, but does it have that human touch? So once you start seeing that part to it, or if you can add that to it, then you begin to humanize your AI part of it. So
incredible. What about you, Patrick?
I think AI you're going to do, of course. However, if all you're doing is AI, you're going to sound just like everybody else.
Yeah.
So what Carmen said about your human touch, I think that you've got to understand what authentic message you are truly bringing, and stay true to that. And you're going to listen to yourself. So, if you think that you should be talking about dogs and AI says, no, you should be talking about cats. And you're like, but I'm a dog expert. Well, no, you just.
Yeah, I love that answer, Patrick. And, I think that the whole conversation that we've been having all day throughout every interview is, yes, there's AI. AI is a tool, right? And I think marketing here is something that helps us to get attention. It helps us to get engagement. Ultimately, it helps us to build trust with our audience. So, Patrick, let's start with you first. Is attention more important than trust, or trust more important than intention? And if why?
Well, I think trust is the most important. So you can get a lot of attention, but you don't have the trust. You're not building relationships. You're not really getting anywhere with the people. So I'd rather have the trust of 10 people than the attention of 1,000 people and trust of no one.
Get attention.
Yeah. Great answer. And Dr. Gay, the same question. I'd love to understand Hang on, there's an echo. Is there on my end or everybody else's end? Same question, Dr. J, with regards to attention versus trust. What would be most important and why?
I think as the years go by, it's 2026, right? And it's a lot of young people that's doing a lot of things fast, especially these streamers. They throw out that attention first. And when they grab the people that love them, then they build the trust. So I would say throw out that first round, adjust fire, bring your community into your community. Like my thing is the motivators. Okay, where do they go get motivated at? Okay, that's just the first step. When I throw that out there, then I bring my people in. Now I build trust. Now I tell you my story, my life. I'm not perfect, all these things. So now you love me, and now you can go get other people to love me. That's it.
I love that. And without attention, without getting the views in the first place, we can't build the trust. We can't build the connection. Bruno and Stacey, what do you think comes first? Is it attention or trust? And what would you say is the most powerful and why?
Well, I think it's a little bit of a mix of both, because you have to be you're purposeful in what you're saying to people, and once you're throwing that out there to people and you're getting them to trust you, you build those relationships, and those relationships are long lasting. And so I think I would probably say trust is probably the first thing that I would say.
I know my wife would say that, and I would say the attention, and I would agree with Dr. J a little bit there. So that's why we do so good together. You do have to draw them in, but once you draw them in, you do have to be able to.
You have to hold their attention, right? So
Yeah, I think we're all right in the
yeah, I think it's a loaded question, but it's
a loaded question. Yeah, as I said, it's hard to say which one is.
I know you want to say trust. I know.
Yeah. It's loaded by design, but I'm loving that we all got different answers. Carmen, what would you say is your insights on this conversation?
Yeah, no, I agree with Stacey and Bruno. Is a bit of combination of both, but at the same time, like Dr. J and Patrick had mentioned, authenticity is really important. So if you're not authentic, people might not be attracted to, listen to you. And especially in a day today, everyone's attention span is so short. So to grab their attention is incredible. What would do that, right? Would it be the trust? Would it be, the authenticity will probably draw them in with the attention, and then the trust.
And John Lee, beautiful, Carmen. John Lee just gave a master class on the 3-second rule right before.
Yes.
It tied in beautifully with what you said. Thank you. You're beautiful.
Yes, it did. And Carmen, I'm so happy that you're bringing this whole thing about authenticity and talking about that, because we live in a world that a lot of people think, oh, the world is perfect. There must be something wrong with me, because a lot of people just post about the highlights, the highs, and they don't see all the learning. So I would love to give the opportunity to each of you to share one learning when it comes to marketing that people can learn so they don't make the big mistake. And I would love for you to also just very quickly in one sentence describe what you do and how you care for people so people can get to know you. So what do you do, how you care about people, and what's your learning? So I'll start with you, Carmen.
Okay. So the 3 questions, right? So what do I do? So I help people with AI marketing. So a lot of people are marketing these days, and then AI is at the forefront right now, and they want to know how to use it and how to implement it into their marketing. So what I do is I teach them to find their voice, like how you're saying. You got to know who you are and say who it is, and then find out who your audience is. And then once you do that, you merge the two together, being authentic and knowing what your audience is like. And then I bring the community together. So that's it in a nutshell.
And what's the lesson? One lesson that we can, when it comes to marketing, that you learn the hard way so we don't make the same mistake.
Right, the hard way. So I think it comes back to exactly what you're saying. Are we what the metrics, right? Mm-hmm. When we look at the metrics, are we really looking at the views, the followers, what people are commenting, what's our reach? So that's what I look at in terms of, that's what I would say to really look at. I really look more at the comments these days.
The engagement. Yeah.
Yeah. You really got to engage and have your community there.
Very cool. Thank you, Carmen. What about you, Dr. J? What do you do very quickly, and what's your lesson? Oh, you're muted.
Gotta hit that unmute button.
How you doing? I'm sorry. I'm a motivational speaker and a life coach. And what was the second question?
What was the biggest mistake when it comes to marketing that you did and you learned from, so we can learn from you?
The biggest mistake was, like I said, watching somebody else that was in my lane do the same thing. This is an $8 billion industry, and 0.1% is what I only need for my brand. I have a brand. I'm not using my full name as a speaker. I'm the hood motivator. So I built that cartoon for a speaking topic. Why did he choose that? And then once you question that, then I bring you into my force field. But the biggest thing was, first of all, when I started, was following everybody else's trend. I had my own trend, and I was able to figure out my trend and speak life into myself. And the other thing is, if you're going to do something, make sure that you correct yourself first and get your algorithm in your life and recalibrate yourself. Then when you put it out in the energy, it will come back reciprocated.
Amazing. I love that. I'm passing the baton to the power couple, Stacy and Bruno.
So I could give you. So we're the founders of AI Unlocked interactive workshops. What differentiates us is we do our workshops in person. We travel around the country, and we start from the download process. So we really try hard to work on that beginner piece for folks that are scared, and we try to take that away. As far as mistakes, it's a pretty blanketed mistake that I tell everyone: your best ideas are always dying in your draft folder. Just get them out there, get them online, get them A/B tested, get them moving. I spent so much time on these pieces of art and all this. I could have 40 pieces of art or content online at the same time and learn from those tests instead of one really beautiful piece. So I just tell people, get your stuff online and use the critiques to get better.
And be unique. Be unique to yourself, because a lot of people feel like they have to follow some other folks and what they're doing. You don't have to do that, because that's where your authenticity comes from. You know, we all have something to share and to build upon. And we love working with people and interacting with them in person, because you can just see everything just melt out of them when they're coming in and they're fearful, and then they leave and they just leave with so much more confidence. So, building curiosity and turning it into the confidence is what we try to teach to our folks.
Amazing. I agree, Bruno. I agree. What about you, Patrick?
So what I do, what my company does is we help CEOs not fail, but instead to succeed and become the best versions of themselves. I think the CEO job is a really hard job, and the failure rate is actually very, very high. So my heart, my passion is about helping those guys and gals who run companies to avoid failure and actually succeed and become the best versions of themselves.
Right.
And by the way, do it with joy as well. Your previous speaker talked about joy, and it really touched my heart because a lot of CEOs look for success, but at the end of the day, I don't know, they're broken families, broken homes. And why did you do that? Why did you do all that? So I want to help CEOs to succeed and to do it with joy. Beautiful. The second question is lesson, right? And I would say figure out who your core customer is and don't worry about anybody else. And for us, the core customer, the definition is someone who really loves your stuff, really needs your stuff, could really use your stuff. And I think one of the mistakes that lots of people make, and we make that too, is to try and go after everybody. Every CEO in my customer. Actually, no. For us, only the CEOs who are coachable, who run mid-market firms, who have hit what I call the ceiling of complexity, and they feel very challenged. Those are the guys we want to speak to. And if other CEOs don't like what we do, it's okay. It's okay. So I think the big mistake people make is do too much.
That's a really valid point, Patrick, is because when you find the wrong customer, it becomes uncomfortable, it becomes a headache for both you and them. And I actually wrote a lot about this in my book, that my new book that I'm about to publish, You Don't Need to Shout. I'll give myself a little plug there for a second. But, this is the thing, right? This whole conversation, what I love about it is we're not talking about tactics and strategies and tools and tips per se. That's what I call the horizontal of marketing. You need to do all that stuff. That's the stuff that we do to make sure our voice gets out to the world. But the whole through line with this marketing summit, and even just in this panel, what we're talking about is how to go deep so we can rise above the noise, so we don't have to shout. Now, we've got about 10 minutes left of this panel before we actually bring this whole marketing summit to a close. It's always a bit of a sad moment when we do this because we have so much fun. But my question for each and every one of you, and I'll start with you, Patrick. We'll go back around the horn. You know, if your voice was taken from you tomorrow, what truth would die with it?
You just got the answer right there.
The dog said it all.
Guys.
I would say if my voice were taken away, I would say that the message I have for everybody is that in order to really succeed, and this is why a lot of people don't, is they don't really commit to key things. And what you really want to do is you want to commit, and you want to have conviction, and you want to have the courage to own what you're committing to, and then to do it, and to do it repeatedly with courage, repeatedly, relentlessly, even if you think you're failing. I mean, you got to keep doing it. Like the overnight success companies are built in 15 years. So if you're in year 1, in year 2, and you're like, man, I'm not doing well. That's okay. You're only in year 2. You got to figure out what you really love to do and go do it. Commit to it and execute and do it repeatedly.
I love that. Commit and get into the game and just go do it. Dr. Jaya, same question for you. Like, if your voice was taken from you tomorrow, what truth would die with it? Because I really feel marketing gives us a platform to share our voice, to be able to connect with our audience. So what truth would die with yours if you lost it tomorrow?
Purpose. Definitely. My purpose would die because I am
Unpack that.
I'm the truth and the baritone behind that message. I'm really living in my gift that we're living in a generation where people are doing things because it's popular. And a lot of people that create these.
Apologies, Dr. J. We've got a really bad connection going on. Sorry, Dr. J. I'm just going to mute you there until we get the connection going. It's really bad. Carmen, I'm going to go to you while Dr. J can sort his out connection until we come back to Dr. J.
Okay.
Carmen, over to you.
Okay. Yeah. So I believe, actually, that's what it is. Believe in yourself. And if you don't believe in yourself, I don't think there's a way that you can move forward. And as Patrick mentioned, believe and commit. If there's any time that you don't believe in yourself, you're going to find yourself either failing or losing your place and just getting lost. So believe in yourself, commit in yourself, and then that in itself will bring success to you.
I love that. And apologies, Dr. J. I think it was my end that was having the technical issue then. I'll go back to you because everybody else could hear it. They told me they could hear you perfectly. So, Dr. J, you were talking about purpose.
Purpose.
Yes, just making sure that you have your purpose and activate your gift. A lot of people in the generation are doing things that we were never called to do. God gave us each a gift. And if you fulfill that gift, then the entrepreneurship part of your business will grow because God is a part of that business plan. You're not doing something that you saw somebody else do that you heard that you can make a quick buck. This is my third business. And God said, I went a long way, but I went the wrong way when I went bankrupt after my second business. And this what activated this, talking life into myself, then going around the world, speaking my gift and getting in front of my ugly. Now, this is my business. This is my gift. This is my entrepreneurship level. I feel happy when I wake up. I'm not stressed out at all. Even at all the stuff I've been through, I look forward to coaching. I look forward to speaking.
I love that.
Get on today.
Again, I totally relate to that story. Like I've actually lost count how many businesses I've started over the last 20 years. But each time you get back up on that horse, you get stronger and the resilience muscle grows and you learn so much wisdom out of that. And I really believe that that's catalyst to any success story. Bruno and Stacey, if you lost your voice tomorrow, what truth would die with it?
So I think we would talk about, for me at least, what truth would die, but it would be old school values. My wife never opens the door. I heard Dean literally open up before he talked about any marketing. He said his strength was his wife. I'm not paraphrasing. So, a lot of that old school soul, that old school value just always being polite and just please and thank you. We probably say please and thank you 100, maybe 200 times a day. Just try and getting back to those grandma virtues that we all grew up with, because in the age of AI, the people who master the human side mixed with the technology side, like Dr. J has and some other folks on this panel, they're the people that you're going to see excel in 2026 and onward.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I guess the lead on with that, again, with Dean, he talked, all of his points were so incredible. But taking that caring part of yourself, and, that's what we're all here to do, is help people grow and be better. And, just think about all of those things that can help improve, propel people further. So being authentic and caring about people and being unique in yourself, just like Dr. J said, God created all of us in their own unique way. So, we all have a message too.
The final message was we have to share it. And that's what we're all doing.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So I have a crazy question for each of you. Are you ready? So we're talking about humanizing our brands, and think about your brand being a person. So if your brand were a person or was a person, what would be one personality trait that it will need to win in 2026? I told you it was crazy. So think about that. Your brand is a person.
Quickly, it's excitement.
Say it again. I didn't
So
get your question.
if your brand was a person, what is one personality trait that it's going to be needed to win this year? Okay. So what you think, Patrick, I'm going to pass the baton to Bruno and Stacy.
Okay. So I was thinking about this a lot because I heard a couple of people talking about a word, and I want to use the word patience. We didn't talk about a lot of tools today. I'm going to say is, and I know Patrick talked about this a little bit in a different fashion. I use this term a lot to Bruce Lee. He'd rather do one kick 10,000 times than 10,000 kicks one time. Guys, you don't need 50,000 tools. Be patient. I heard Adam mention Gemini and ChatGPT. I feel like you can get a lot done with just those two platforms, just one, and be patient with it. Be patient with your marketing, with your content. It comes around. Consistency will get you there.
Very good. We have about 1 minute and a half to wrap it up. So it's a rapid fire. Stacey, you have one?
I would say energy, positive energy. Get yourself out there and be positive. Nobody likes negativity. Keep it positive.
Energy, patience. What is yours, Carmen?
Positivity.
Woo, positivity. Yes.
In today's world is so negative. Let's remain positive.
Beautiful, especially in these days, so needed. Yes, Dr. J.
Virtue.
Yes.
What was that? Virtue.
Yes. Virtue.
Deep. Yes.
Deep.
Incredible. Patrick.
Oh, mine should be no surprise. Mine is commitment.
Yes.
Pick the right one and commit.
And Patrick, every the experience I've had with you, you are one of the most committed guys I've personally met. So I totally understand why that is your word.
Oh my goodness, it's been a pleasure getting to know each of you before by stalking your social media and now in person. So thank you so much for being here and sharing your incredible experience. I know it's going to inspire everybody in the audience. Jeff, back to you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
And you got great energy. You're fun.
Positive.
Amazing panel, everybody.
Talking us.
Thank you very much for coming on board and saying yes to being of service, saying yes to sharing your wisdom with us. We look forward to having you all back on one of our many summits in the future. We're probably going to have about 15 summits this year, so I'm sure we'll get you back.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Nice
Amazing.
All right.
Wow, Jeff, what a summit.
Wow. What a summit. We did it, J-Lo. This is our
did
very
it.
first time together.
4.5 hours. What
Right?
incredible wisdom. I learned so much.
Yeah, and I love the energy that you and I have got together. We bounce off really, really well together. And it's been an absolute pleasure, co-hosting this summit with you. And I can't wait for our next one coming up on the 31st of January in Miami.
Yes.
And the team will be in Miami, but I'll be here in Australia, helping to co-host the virtual side of the conversation. we've got some amazing speakers coming up. Do you just want to share some of the speakers that we've got coming up for the Zumba event?
Yeah, so we have Beto. Beto Perez is the founder of Zumba, and he's also going to be in the cover of the Latin Journal. You guys need to see that journal. It's so amazing. And don't worry if you're like, ay, pero no sé español. It's in both languages, okay? So it's a beautiful, beautiful mixture. But he really shares a lot about his journey, about creating Zumba, the good, the bad, and the ugly, which I love his authenticity. It's going to inspire everybody. And I'm sure he'll do the same. And the thing, Jeff, is that the class is going to be live in the background. So he'll be teaching. You're going to see people. That's why I'm trying to convince Michael to dance. You're going to have to help me on that one. You're going to have to help me on that one. Yes, yes.
You all sung me happy birthday for my birthday just a few days ago on the team. And it was like, Michael got everybody to do it. So I was very surprised.
We also have Joseph McClendon that is going to also, I mean, you talk about energy. He's just energy to the max limit and incredible wisdom. Who else, Jeff?
Oh, we've also got Skip Archimedes from the UK. He's been known as the Miracle Man. We're going to have Karen and her beautiful Women's Journal panel come back as well. I believe that we've got Dr. Mark Leong out of Singapore. We've got Dr. Christina. We've got Aaron Young. There's a few people that I haven't got confirmed yet, but some pretty big speakers in the corporate world. And of course, I'd be probably in trouble if I don't give her a mention, but my beautiful wife is actually going to be speaking on this one too. So can't wait to actually.
Yay! Awesome. I get to see her now live.
Yeah, I love that we get to do this together as a husband and wife team, and it's an amazing journey to be on. But learning all things marketing has really set my life free. I started my journey as an internet marketer in 2009. And, what it's done for me is it's helped me to, ultimately it's helped me to love myself. It's helped me to love something bigger than myself. And it's helped me to love others. And I think when you can really go into that space and then learn how to communicate, because that's really marketing it is, right? It's communication. Yes. And when you can learn how to communicate in a way that lands and connects, then ultimately this whole conversation, is it not, J-Lo, it's more of a leadership conversation.
True.
I love what John Maxwell talks about with leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less.
Yes.
And so when we can learn how to influence people through the law of the buy-in, through the law of navigation, through like all of those different universal laws, and then apply them to to the tools that we have with Substack and TikTok and Facebook and StreamYard and podcasting and books and websites, like they're all just tools. Yes. To help us to connect, to help us to express our voice, to help us to, create an impact for the world, for the greater good. What are your thoughts that you'd like to wrap up this conversation with, Jenny? Yeah. And I think that's probably the biggest takeaway that I take away from today's marketing summit.
It's a beautiful thing. And, marketing and innovation, that's really the oxygen of any kind of business that you have. That's what I've learned. And I think a lot of people, they overcomplicate it. And you have learned today that you just have to humanize it, right? Focus and be very intentional in reaching to the needs of your client. That's pretty much what it is. And continue to learn, test, tweak, and learn about it. And one thing is that a lot of people out there are still playing small. And we heard from Dean Graziosi, make sure that don't play small, right? Like embrace your amazing, unique you, because people need you. And honestly, today, Jeff, there's so much wisdom that there's no way we can summarize it in 1 minute or 30 seconds.
So gonna have to get that replay.
I know the best thing you can do is make sure that you enroll in the registration of this event, so you can go back to the recording and then go and study everything, because so much was said here today. Amazing.
Yes. And so we'll be getting that replay out to everybody very shortly. And so make sure you do register, so we've got your details so we can send that straight to you. Well, Jenny, that is officially a wrap. And I think I just want to give a huge shout out and a thanks to Mr. Mo Rock, to Parisa, to Ava, to Alicia, to Mr. Michael Silvers, to Karen Hall, to yourself, and to the amazing Los Angeles Tribune team for helping us to create a platform and a stage for us to be able to help to, bring this message to the globe. We've got people tuning in from India and New York and UK and Australia and everywhere else in between. And it's an absolute privilege. It's our absolute blessing to be able to be your host here for today's show, to be your guide on this journey. And we're going to quickly close this session out from hearing from Mr. Mo Rock himself, just listening to the message and the mission of the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you very much, Jenny, and we'll see you all. Bye for now.
Bye. Adios.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.